but, we could leave it that. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Good morning. We will begin with the interpreter's oath. Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that you will faithfully discharge according to law your duties as an interpreter to the best of your abilities, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury. I do. Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Torres. Today is Friday, April 10th, 2026, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner. Eileen Keys.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Also here is the Office of Victim Services. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Carlos Cruz.
Favor de decir su nombre y su número de confinado para el registro.
Carlos Cruz 373860.
He is serving a sentence of 15 years, suspended after 9 years, followed by 10 years of probation for 2 counts of illegal sexual contact with the victim under the age of 16, sexual assault, force, and violation of her protective order. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of September 11th, 2026. There is victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the short track sex offender program and currently participating in New Thoughts as well, to be completed on April 17, 2026. Utilizing statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within a low range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender's overall score falls for sexual offense recidivism falls within the moderate high range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Buenos días, soy la oficial de libertad condicional Torres. Hoy es viernes, abril 10, 2026, y esta es una audiencia de la Junta de Indultos y Libertad Condicional de Connecticut. Los siguientes miembros de la Junta están presentes esta mañana y al decir sus nombres en el registro certifican que han revisado todos los documentos exigidos por la ley y la información pertinente disponible para la preparación de esta audiencia. Tenemos la presidenta Nancy Turner y los miembros de la Junta, Sergio Rodríguez y Eileen Keys. También presente está una representante de la Oficina de Servicios a las Víctimas. Esta audiencia se está llevando a cabo en consideración a la solicitud de libertad condicional de Carlos Cruz, número de confinado 373860. Está cumpliendo una condena de 15 años de prisión con ejecución suspendida después de servir 9 años en prisión, seguido por 10 años de libertad provisional por 2 cargos de contacto sexual ilegal con una víctima menor de 16 años, agresión sexual en 4º grado y violación a una orden de protección. Hasta el día de hoy, los expedientes reflejan una fecha de elegibilidad para libertad condicional de septiembre 11, 2026. Sí hay un testimonio de víctima en este caso. Sí hay un plan de responsabilidad para el ofensor, el cual ha sido revisado y muestra que el ofensor ha completado el programa de ofensor sexual a corto plazo conocido como Short Track Sex Offender Program. Y también está actualmente participando en el programa de nombre New Thoughts, con fecha para completar el programa de abril 17, 2026. Utilizando el sistema colaborativo estatal de evaluación de riesgo de ofensor, el puntuaje general del ofensor se encuentra dentro del rango bajo de riesgo de reincidencia. Utilizando el Static 99R, el puntuaje general del ofensor en cuanto a la reincidencia en delitos sexuales se encuentra dentro del rango moderado y alto. Esta es su oportunidad para expresarle a la Junta por qué cree usted que se le debe otorgar la libertad condicional. Puede comenzar.
Sí, yo creo que primero estoy bien arrepentido de todo lo que ha pasado. Quiero echar para adelante, quiero ir a la escuela, quiero terminar mi licencia de mecánico, quiero pasar tiempo con mi madre antes de que se vaya y con mi padrastro. Los hijos míos me necesitan, quisiera estar con mis hijos para darles buen consejo. En estos 4 años que llevo aquí, he sentido que no vale la pena volver para atrás. Estoy bien arrepentido de todo. Y voy a hacer todo lo mejor que pueda para no regresar para atrás.
Un momento.
Gracias, un momento. Well, I think that, I regret everything that happens. I want to move forward. I want to go to school. I want to get my licensed mechanic. I want to see my mother before she passes. I want to spend time with my stepfather. I want to spend time with my children and try to guide them. I feel that the 4 years that I've been here, like they just have not been worth it. I regret everything that has happened. And I'll do everything that I can to not end up back here.
So, Mr. Cruz, those are all reasons why you want parole. We're looking for reasons why you deserve it.
Señor Cruz, todas estas son razones por las cuales usted quiere la libertad condicional. Lo que estamos buscando son razones por las cuales usted merezca la libertad condicional.
Pues yo he recapacitado, ya no soy la misma persona. Yo le entregué mi vida a Dios para echarla hacia adelante y quisiera que me dieran el parol para pues hacer el bien, echar para adelante, no mirar atrás. Estoy bien arrepentido de todo. Y pues, perdón.
Adelante, lo siento. Thank you. Well, I feel like I have improved. I am not the same person. I've given my life to God and I'm ready to move forward. I want to get parole because I want to do good. I want to move forward. I don't want to move backwards. I regret everything.
May we move into the questions that we prepared for you, sir?
Vamos a seguir adelante con las preguntas que hemos preparado para usted, señor.
Okay.
Ms. Keys will begin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You said that you regret everything that happened. What specifically do you regret?
Muy bien, entonces usted dice que está arrepentido de todo lo que pasó. Específicamente, ¿de qué se arrepiente?
De todo lo que se me acusa, de haber violado la orden de protección, de los casos que se me acusan de abuso sexual. De todo me arrepiento.
Everything I'm accused of for violating the protection order, for the sexual assault, for everything that they're saying that I'm accused for. I regret everything.
Does that mean you admit you did those things?
¿Eso quiere decir que usted está diciendo que usted hizo estos hechos?
No, pero se me acusa y me hice responsable.
No, but I'm being accused of. And so I I'm taking it.
Okay. You completed short track sex offender program. Are you able, if you deny this, are you able to then tell me what you learned about your triggers for committing the sexual violence against the young girls?
Muy bien, entonces usted completó el programa de nombre Short Track Sex Offender, que es un programa de ofensor sexual a corto plazo. Usted dice que no lo hizo, pero tomó este programa. Entonces, usted podría decirme las cosas que usted ha aprendido acerca de agresión hacia menores de edad.
Sí, tengo que tener distancia con los menores de edad y tener distancia. Yo sé que no puedo ir a muchos sitios donde haya menores de edad y yo tengo hijos, no quisiera que nada malo le pase a mis hijos. Y, como digo,
Well, yes, I learned,
perdón.
discúlpeme. Yes, I've learned to keep my distance. I've learned to not go to places where there are children underage. I have kids, so I don't want anything bad to happen to my kids.
Okay, so I was going to ask what strategies you would use to avoid abusing children. I guess I will add to that. Your crimes involve sexually, violently tormenting little girls that were your stepdaughters in one marriage, and then when that relationship ended, then doing the same thing with another. Do you plan to have romantic relationships with people that have children?
Muy bien, entonces le iba yo a preguntar cuál era su estrategia para tratar de evitar el abuso a menores de edad. Como usted sabe, sus delitos incluyen la tormenta o abuso violento sexual de menores de edad. Esto incluye menores de edad que se consideran sus hijas, una de un matrimonio, otra de otro matrimonio. Entonces, supongo que mi pregunta es si usted planea involucrarse en relaciones sentimentales con personas que tengan hijos o menores de edad.
No, yo no, cuando yo empecé con mi última esposa, ella no tenía los hijos de ella con ella. Y ella no estaba viviendo con sus hijas. Yo no busco eso porque no es mi ser. Yo busco una relación tranquilo y echar para adelante en la vida. No quiero, yo no estoy buscando mujeres con hijos, no me atrae. Cuando yo empecé con ella no tenía hijos. Los hijos los tenían los padres, estaban con los padres, por eso empecé con ella en la relación.
Well, no, when I started with my last one, she didn't have her children with her. When I'm in a relationship, I want to become relaxed and move forward. I'm not looking for women with kids or children. When I started my relationship with her, with my last, she didn't have her kids with her. The kids were with their father.
You also have convictions that are related to stalking the victims, which really terrorized the families after they already went through this horrible abuse. Do you know why you refused to leave the children and their moms alone?
También, también está cumpliendo sentencia por acoso de las víctimas. Les causó un acoso grave a donde usted se rehusó a dejar en paz a esas personas, a las víctimas. ¿Sabe usted por qué se rehusó a dejarlas en paz?
Perdón, no entendí.
I didn't understand.
Do you know why you committed the violation of the protective order?
¿Sabe usted por qué quebrantó la orden de protección?
Sí, porque ella me seguía buscando. Ella me seguía buscando. Si ella no me hubiera buscado más nada, yo no la hubiera buscado más nada.
Yes, because
Sí,
she kept looking for me. If she didn't look for me, I wouldn't have looked for her.
Is that the mother or the child?
de modo.
Is that
The mother? Okay. You still do have domestic violence on your offender accountability plan and voices. You're still waitlisted for both.
Sí.
Okay. I don't have any further questions. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Lo que ella dijo fue que usted ahorita está en una lista de espera para los programas de violencia intrafamiliar y también un programa llamado Voces. Ya no tengo más preguntas y dio las gracias a la presidenta.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Questions, Madam Chair.
At this time, we're going to turn the hearing over to the Office of Victim Services. You can listen, please do not interrupt.
En este momento vamos a otorgarle la palabra al representante de la Oficina de Servicios a la Víctima. Usted puede escuchar, pero por favor no interrumpa.
Ms.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning.
Yes.
Good morning.
Thanks. Good morning. Good morning, panel. I have a statement from the victim in this case, and it reads, "To whom it may concern, I am writing this letter to inform the Parole Hearing Council that Mr. Cruz has been in contact with me since December 21, 2021 till now, while he is in jail. I feel that Mr. Cruz will never learn and listen to the rules and the law that is given to him. I also feel that justice has not been served. He violated the protective order and restraining order while he was out, and he is violating it now while he is still incarcerated. And what makes you think he will not violate it when he comes out? He already has told me over the phone that once he gets out, he's gonna come find me. I feel me and the victims are not safe while Mr. Cruz is out. The victims and I not only had to live through a traumatic situation from stalking, breaking and entering into my home, following me to my workplace, to my house, and everywhere I was, abusing me physically and mentally, causing not only myself, but my children, who are the victims as well, traumatic stress. Both of them take therapy. Both of them are on medication and suffer with multiple symptoms, especially PTSD. And they still are trying to recover from what Mr. Cruz did to them while I was away working. I am on medication for anxiety, depression, and anxiety attacks due to Mr. Cruz and his violent acts towards me. I had to wake up every day, check the doors, the windows, and make sure my kids were okay for years. And I still do that because of what Mr. Cruz did to my kids and myself. I feel he should not be granted parole due to violating the lifetime restraining order that I have on myself. He is not a good person. Just because prisoners are good in jail doesn't mean he will be good out here. Many prisoners are good in jail so they can get parole and come out and attack their exes. I feel deep in my heart that if you let Mr. Cruz out, my children and myself will be in immediate danger. As a mother, I will do everything to protect my kids the best I can. But when he is out, who will protect us? I can write you a novel of what Mr. Cruz has done to my kids and myself, and we will have to live with that trauma every day of our lives. I beg you to please not let the trauma turn into a real-life incident again by releasing Mr. Cruz. I fear for the life of my children and myself if you release Mr. Cruz. Please, he doesn't deserve to get out. He broke the law once again when he broke the long life protecting order, restraining order. Thank you.
La víctima dio un testimonio, una declaración, que dice así: a quien corresponda. Escribo esta carta para informar al Consejo de Audiencia de Libertad Condicional de que el señor Cruz ha estado en contacto conmigo desde diciembre de 2021 hasta ahora, mientras se encuentra en prisión. Creo que el señor Cruz nunca aprenderá ni acatará las normas y la ley que se le impone. También creo que no se ha hecho justicia. Incumplió la orden de protección y la orden de alejamiento mientras estaba en libertad y la está incumpliendo ahora mientras sigue encarcelado. ¿Y qué les hace pensar que no la incumplirá cuando salga? Ya me ha dicho por teléfono que cuando salga vendrá a buscarme. Siento que ni yo ni las víctimas estamos a salvo mientras el señor Cruz esté en libertad. Las víctimas y yo no solo tuvimos que vivir una situación traumática por el acoso, el allanamiento de mi domicilio. Él me seguía a mi lugar de trabajo, a mi casa y a cualquier lugar donde estuviera, abusando de mí física y mentalmente, causando estrés traumático no solo a mí, sino también a mis hijas que también son víctimas. Ambas reciben terapia, ambas toman medicamento y sufren de múltiples síntomas, especialmente el trastorno por estrés postraumático, conocido como el PTSD o PTSD. Y todavía están intentando recuperarse de lo que el señor Cruz les hizo mientras yo estaba afuera trabajando. Yo tomo medicación para la ansiedad, la depresión y los ataques de pánico debido al señor Cruz y a sus actos violentos hacia mí. Durante años tuve que despertarme todos los días, revisar las puertas y las ventanas y asegurarme de que mis hijas estuvieran bien. Y todavía es algo que sigo haciendo debido a lo que el señor Cruz nos hizo a mí y a mis hijas. Creo que no se le debería conceder la libertad condicional por haber incumplido la orden de alejamiento que tengo contra él de por vida. No es una buena persona. Solo por el hecho de que los confinados se porten bien en la cárcel no significa que él se vaya a portar bien estando afuera. Muchos presos, muchos confinados se portan bien en la cárcel para poder obtener la libertad condicional, salir y atacar a su ex. Siento en lo más profundo de mi corazón que si dejan salir al señor Cruz, mis hijas y yo corremos un peligro inmediato. Como madre haré todo lo posible para proteger a mis hijas lo mejor que yo pueda, pero cuando él esté afuera, ¿quién nos protegerá a nosotras? Podría escribirle una novela sobre él, sobre lo que el señor Cruz nos ha hecho a mis hijas y a mí. Y tendremos que vivir con ese trauma todos los días de nuestras vidas. Les ruego que por favor no dejen que el trauma se convierta de nuevo en un incidente real al poner en libertad al señor Cruz. Temo por la vida de mis hijas y la mía si dejan al señor Cruz en libertad. Por favor, él no merece salir. Volvió a infringir la ley al incumplir la orden de alejamiento que tengo contra él de por vida. Gracias.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the victim for being willing to come forward and share your feelings and concerns. We will notify the Department of Correction that Mr. Cruz has been in touch with you in violation of the Standing Criminal Protective Order. And we hope that they will move to restrict his phone access to you.
Está bien, muchas gracias por la declaración. Nosotros le vamos a informar a la instalación correccional de que el señor Cruz ha estado en contacto con usted por vía telefónica y espero que ellos implementen un plan para restringir su acceso a telefónico.
So in terms of discussing your case, I'll begin. I don't see anything that warrants suitability or the granting of discretionary parole in Mr. Cruz's case. I have reasons, nature and circumstance, injury and impact, inadequate program participation and evidence of offender change in the offenses being committed while on probation. Ms. Keys?
I agree. I think, he scored moderate high in likelihood to recidivate sexually. After completing the short track offender program, he has not demonstrated any insight or acknowledgement of guilt, and he's clearly still demonstrating those actions. So I agree.
Okay. So in the matter of Carlos Cruz, inmate number 373860, there's a motion to deny parole for the following reasons. The nature and circumstances of your offenses being committed while you were on probation, the injury and impact caused to the victim, and your inadequate program participation in evidence of offender change. Do I have a second? All in favor? Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Parole is denied.
Bien, entonces, tenemos ya una decisión acerca del caso del señor Cruz. En este caso se le está denegando la libertad condicional. Las razones por la denegación es el delito actual cometido mientras se encontraba en libertad condicional. Es la naturaleza y circunstancias del delito actual, los daños y o el impacto para las víctimas o las familias de las víctimas, al igual que también participación insuficiente en el programa institucional y pruebas insuficientes del cambio del ofensor. Se le ha denegado la libertad condicional.
This concludes the hearing for Carlos Cruz.
Esto concluye la audiencia para Carlos Cruz.
We're done, sir. You may leave.
Hemos terminado, señor, se puede ir.
Thank you.
Who do you need next?
Do you have Powell there?
Yes, I do. Powell.
Me too.
Mr. Powell, did you write an opening statement?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
Good morning, my name is Pearl Torres. Today is Friday, April 10th, 2026, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner.
Eileen Keys.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Also present is the Office of Victim Services. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Derek Powell, 341-979.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Derek Powell, number 341-979. He's serving a sentence of 12 years suspended after 4 years, followed by 10 years of probation for risk of injury to a child and two counts of voyeurism and 2 counts of failure to appear first. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of November 23rd, 2025. There is victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the short track sex offender program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the low range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender's overall.
My first incident was when I was 17 years old. I had 8 years special parole, and I didn't come back that time. So
Okay, Mr. Powell, we are looking for you to explain to us why you believe you deserve parole now. We've read your history.
So basically, I prove that I can stay home. Maybe have a little hiccup, but I prove that I can stay home and remain home and be a law-abiding citizen. I made mistakes in my life, but I strive to be much better, and I can be better, and I will be better. And, I just feel like I stay out of trouble.
while I'm here, stay away from everybody, everything. I barely go to rec. That's how I stay out of trouble and stay ticket free, because it's not easy to stay ticket free in here. You can get in trouble in many ways. And, just the time that I missed from my kids, growing up and every day hearing.
Okay, you're going back again to the reasons why you want parole.
Yeah.
And I'm asking you why you have to tell us how you have prepared yourself to be
Oh, okay.
suitable for release.
Sorry about that. Yeah, you're right. Doing programs, programs also have contacted my therapist. That's one of my main things. Like getting home, working, just doing the right things.
Okay, all right. Okay, I think we need to move into the questions that we've prepared for you, because you're starting to repeat yourself. You're going back to your plan when you're out, and we're looking for what you've done to make yourself suitable for release. So maybe we can get at that by asking about your time there in the facility.
Okay.
All right. So you mentioned programs, multiple
Yeah.
programs. We only have that you've done the short track sex offender program. Have you done other
Yeah.
programs?
Yeah. No. Well. I have.
That's a yes or no.
No.
It's a yes or no. Okay.
I did.
So don't exaggerate. You did one program,
Yeah.
correct? Okay. I do recognize that you haven't had any DRs. You've been working in the clothing factory. All very good. However, this is your second period of incarceration. And while you say little hiccups, you did come back off of special parole with new charges in 2018. So that's a bit more than a hiccup. That's a whole new conviction. So you have engaged in quite problematic and concerning behavior out in the community. I didn't hear you offer anything by way of an apology. Is there something that you would want to say if the victims were listening?
Yeah, see, like I didn't know. Yes, I'm 100% sorry. I'm compassionate, and I take accountability for all my actions. I take accountability for everything. But
What
I
does
am
that
so.
mean? What does take
for what I've
accountability
done?
mean?
For what I've done, for the boneheaded decisions that I made, and I'm sorry. I apologize from the bottom of my heart. I'm not just saying this to try to make something. I mean it. I really do. I mean it. I'm compassionate about it, and
So, all right, let's explore that. So you did describe your actions as creepy, and I would
Yeah.
have to agree.
Right.
So what do you think the impact was on the victims of your upskirting voyeurism convictions?
Oh, it could have. I fear. I hope it didn't have a lasting effect forever. But I'm pretty sure. It did some things mentally. Because I grew up.
Okay, I'm going to keep the focus on the impact on the victims. We've got mentally. How else were they harmed?
I have, obviously I have no contact with them, but I could just imagine mentally.
Which is what I'm asking you to do.
Yeah. Maybe mentally, it may be like it could have did something to them, and I'm sorry for it.
Okay, well, we need to explore that a little bit more fully. And you do have voices on your OAP, so it's very clear you need to take that program to understand the harm that you caused. But I'm sure these victims were traumatized.
Yes.
You made them afraid to be out in public.
Yeah.
They're now always concerned about whatever clothing they have on and whether somebody is going to attempt to violate them in the ways that you did. They probably can't go back to a Stop and Shop. And one of your victims was 12 years old.
Right.
So what she's learned is that men do creepy things like this, that it's hard to trust anybody around her, especially strangers. You've got to be hyper vigilant in whatever environment you're at because somebody might be trying to do something, that's traumatizing and victimizing to the individual. Why did you do these things, Mr. Powell?
Honestly,
Please.
honestly, I can only say, the only thing I can say is, when I'm gonna say this. I'm not making an excuse for it, but that's why I know it got to be some a lot of hard things there because I was sexually assaulted when I was younger, and growing up, those things were normal. I thought those things were normal. I almost thought as if everybody went through those same things. Not making an excuse for it, but
Which things are you referring to as normal? Because
Like
the
being touched,
upskirting is a whole
like-
different kind of crime than putting your hands on somebody and violating
like
them
me-
sexually.
right? But me being touched, being molested, sexually assaulted. I growing up in a house with like incest, I felt like those things were normal, and until I got older, I realized like, wow, these things actually don't really happen. These things happen in our household, and I don't know where I don't know where I went wrong. Like I had like these issues like where I never was able to talk to nobody about them until now, because now the things come out. So now it's like it's easier to express. I can talk to a therapist about these things, because before I couldn't say anything because like nobody knows about the weird things that's going on, But now that it's out, I can talk about it, be free about it, because that's the only way you get help. Learning and being in the program that I learned about the triggers, and what do you do when things trigger you.
Okay, so share with us your triggers.
I guess like being around, all right, like being around in a public situation, a public area, and like just seeing certain things, like seeing women, because I'm really attracted to women, but the weird part about it is mainly I didn't really ever have trouble having a girlfriend before. That's why it's like these things come out of left field. But those triggers, if I get triggered by seeing like a beautiful female and I try to talk to her, and maybe she not want to talk to me. Now, sometimes those will lead to certain kind of triggers, as far as like, oh man, if I probably can't have her, so maybe I could probably take a picture, and those things are terribly wrong. But like I said, I couldn't talk about it, but now that I can, I know how to and who to call when I do find these triggers, because nobody, like, what I mean? Like these things,
So far for triggers, we have being out in public and seeing beautiful women. Not pornography. How about your daily use of pornography? Is that a trigger?
Well, kind of, but I wasn't really I wasn't really into too much like pornography like that. I used to make videos, consensual videos, like with my girlfriends or former people that I was with.
I'm gonna bring you back to my question, because when you were interviewed by the Center for Problem Sexual Behavior in September, you said that you believe the use of pornography impacted your daily life. Now you're minimizing it.
I mean, I can honestly say, I did. I mean, but maybe okay. Well, she was talking about probably like the upskirts, like the ups. You know how on porn you could go to upskirt, actually an upskirt in pornography. So, but so sometimes, sometimes I did watch those things and stuff like that, but at the same time, it wasn't like a everyday thing. But I think, but most of it definitely came from there, as far as upskirts. I've never seen that type of stuff before in my life until, it'll be up on your search history before I ever even searched it, but see, like wanting to be home and needing to be home outweighs anything that I ever did in the past. And because I know that I can do this. Like I know that I can do this. And you know,
I don't doubt that you can address your history and your criminal acts in ways that will help you not reoffend. But I clearly, Mr. Powell, don't see that you're there yet. So what we do here today is make a decision about whether it's appropriate for you to finish the 4 years you have to serve out in the community under parole supervision, and we have to do that in light of the interests of public safety. And it's very clear to me you have a lot more work to do on yourself. Would you agree?
I do.
Okay. You have numerous programs on your OAP that you should look into completing. And I would suggest to you that you ask at the facility to take a parenting program, because you have 4 children under the age of 10. And you now have 10 years on the sex offender registry as a result of this conviction.
Mhm.
And you're going to have a lot of restrictions on your access to those children in any kind of way, supervised, unsupervised. And you're going to need to learn how to conduct yourself appropriately with children, your own in particular, given your own history and how that is triggering for you. Because, it's important that these children are safe.
Right.
You have a standing criminal protective order against you until the year 2087. Tell me what you understand that means.
Say that again, for me, please.
Standing criminal protective order has been
Yeah.
issued against you until the year 2087. What does a standing criminal protective order mean for you?
I think I can only tell you what I think it means. I think it means to stay away from my victim, the victim in the case. I haven't heard that before, so but I think that's what it means.
It was issued to you in court.
Yeah.
So yes, and that means you can't have contact through a third person, and you can't have contact electronically through social media. So you can't send messages through Snapchat. You can't look this person up on Facebook when you get out. You just need to leave this person alone.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to pass the opportunity to speak with you on to my colleagues. Mr.
I have
Rodriguez.
no questions, Madam Chair.
Okay, Ms. Keys.
No questions, thank you.
All right, so at this time, we're going to turn the hearing over to the Office of Victim Services. Mr. Powell, you are not to speak. Ms. Hamlet-Williams?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a statement from the mother of the victim in this case. And it reads, "Hi, I am the mother of the victim. I am writing to say I do not think Derek should be released. My now 15-year-old daughter is scared. She will not go outside or into a store. It has been over 3 years and she hasn't gone into a store. I would also like to know what programs Derek has completed, if any. Does he have any remorse for what he has done to these children? And does he understand how this has impacted the children and the parents? I have had to quit my job to care for my daughter because she is now homeschooled. So for all of these reasons, I would like him to serve more time. He has done this to more than one child. He was on parole before and failed to comply from what I see. So why would we let him? Thank you."
We appreciate that input. So, Mr. Powell, we're going to discuss your case. So there are a few things Mr. Powell has working in his favor. He has supervision to follow. He has a sponsor. He has some job skills, and has a plan to work for his grandfather's cleaning business. He seems to understand the restriction of the protective order that's in place against him. There are a lot of programs that he could still benefit from. He is end of sentence in approximately September of next year. And I think those programs can help position him for success when he's out and help him from reoffending. And I think that's what's most important, is that he continue to work on himself. I'm glad to hear that he's open to therapy for doing that. The circumstances of the offense are extremely concerning. So I have nature and circumstance, injury and impact, inadequate program participation, and evidence of offender change as my reasons for denying Mr. Powell today.
I understand basically the same thing, Madam Chair.
I will just say that I was very happy reading the interview notes, that he really did seem to demonstrate remorse and embarrassment, and didn't reflect, was early in his reflection on how and why he committed these offenses. But I really loved his eagerness for counseling. So I just want to acknowledge that. I think that's really good. And I think and hope that eagerness will help him moving forward. But yes, I think completing the programs, New Thoughts would be great, Voices, and around his OAP. So yeah, I think using this time to complete programs would be helpful.
Yeah.
I think he also needs to work on a release plan, because though he does have a sponsor, 3 of his children live with that girlfriend. And I can't imagine that probation and his time in the problem sexual behavior treatment program is going to allow for him to have that kind of living arrangement. So he could use the time between now and then to figure out something else for himself. So in the matter of Derek Powell, inmate number 341979, there's a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: the nature and circumstances of your offenses, the injury and impact caused to the victim and the victim's family, your inadequate program participation, and evidence of offender change. Do I have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Parole is denied.
This concludes the hearing for Derek Powell.
We wish you much success, sir. Get into some more programs, especially something on parenting.
All right. Thank you.
J1. Hold on 1 second, let me give you J1 Baxley, he's been here.
Sure.
30.
Thank you.
Baxley.
Okay.
Hold on.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Torres. Today is Friday, April 10, 2026, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner.
Oh, Aileen Keys.
Benavides Rodriguez.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Damar Boxley, inmate number 373876.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Damar Boxley number 373876. He is serving a sentence of 2.5 years jail, followed by 2.5 years special parole for a violation of a protective order and assault third. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of January 16, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan. It has been reviewed. It shows the offender has completed the Tier 2 program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Go ahead, Mr. Powell.
Hi, I'm Damar Boxley. I thank y'all, the board, for giving me the opportunity to come I should be granted parole due to my self-growth, my will to do better and to be better, and for my community, I learned from my rights and wrongs, my right and wrongs. I learned more self-control in life, not just for my family, but the community. I'm ready to focus on what I gotta do to stay home. And for my future goals and my goals, for my will want to be 100% better in everything that I do. For DCF, I focus on working with DCF, doing what I gotta do for my job and for whatever growth or the board wants me to do, like program wise, and to do what I gotta do to stay home, like parole. If parole wants me to do programs, I'm willing to do whatever programs y'all want me to do, and yeah.
Okay, well, good to see you again, Mr. Boxley. I was on your hearing last August, so you know this process. We're going to begin questions this morning with Mr. Rodriguez.
Hey, Madam Chair. Since you were here before, you were required to do some things, right? What have you accomplished since that particular point in time?
What I've learned is, self-growth, learning how to communicate better.
Did you do that through programming? Because I didn't see any additional programming that you've taken. In fact, you were asked not to have a DR, and you got one right after your hearing.
Yeah, I did, but that wasn't a faulty urine due to my medicine. I have paperwork.
But you were given it. But you were given a ticket.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I mean, when you're given an opportunity like that to be able to come back, that's a big thing for us. Because we really expect to even see you do even better coming back. You didn't take any additional programs during that period of time. You end up getting a ticket. I mean, I'm challenged by what do I ask? Because, other than what you've shared with us, you haven't really done anything else that I could see.
I also volunteered in mental health groups, which I've been doing since I've been down. But yeah.
I mean, Mr. Boxley, I hear that you're doing something, but what I don't hear is that you follow the recommendations of the panel that talked to you before. That's what I don't hear. And that's what I'm looking forward to hearing. Like, they gave you this opportunity, which they didn't have to do, by the way, right? They could have just denied you. They didn't have to give you a chance to come back. They gave you an opportunity to come back. So what I wanted to hear is like this really, this person who's going to be out there really doing this as much as taking a program, fighting to get into a program. That's what I wanted to see.
I've been fighting.
Because first of all, you got a serious history. Charges are serious. I mean, and I gotta sit and decide with the panel whether or not it makes sense to let you out. Do you see my challenge in this?
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm not even sure what to even ask you. You've got 2.5 years of special parole to follow. You're not done well in other releases. And I mean, tell me why I should be considering your suitability.
Cause I'm willing to do better, which I've been doing better.
I'm sure you do it, because you don't want to be there, you don't want to come back, I'm sure of that. But what I don't see is the programs that you needed to take to be able to help you kind of get to that point, where it would give you those tools that you need to be able to succeed on the outside, and that's what I don't see.
I've been trying to get into programs. I have proof of that. I've been on waiting list since March. I can't control what of them deciding to get me into programs.
Did you pull together a relapse prevention plan? Because that was one of the other requirements, a stronger release plan.
Yes. My plans for when I do go home is, working on more things that I need to work on to be more involved in the community, like working at the soup kitchen, doing getting myself together so when time comes to get my record expunged, to work around with working with people in the state, stuff like that.
I mean, you've done treatment in the past as well, and it hasn't really worked for you either. And I'm hoping you can understand like where I'm at this particular point. I'm really challenged by this. I'm going to pass on to my colleagues. I really don't have a lot of questions for you. I'm going to see what they have to say, and we'll go from there.
Okay.
Right? But I do wish you the best of luck. I hope that you do really concentrate on yourself and work on yourself and kind of try to pull yourself together and get the programs that you need to really kind of pull this off. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Keys?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
So the Intox DR, you didn't ingest Suboxone, it was part of your MAT? Help me understand.
I don't do Suboxones. I pissed and they said that it was in my system. The only thing that I do is take meds. I have documents of papers saying that my medicine could alter a urine test.
So you completed tier 2, but you said you didn't learn anything new.
Oh no, I did learn. Stuff new. What I did learn is money management, problem solving, self-growth, toxic relationships. There's a couple more things that I learned too.
Something about your abuse of cocaine. Anything pop up on that?
Yeah, addiction, self-needs, what the difference of an addict and a user.
Okay, and which are you?
I'm not an addict.
You're not an addict.
No.
So you just recreationally abuse illegal substances? Yeah? You were on probation, testing positive for cocaine while you were in treatment at Rushford. So you were kind of undermining your own progress there. Do you have any intent to live clean and sober, or are you just okay with dabbling in drugs whenever?
No, I've been clean. I've been clean since I came back to jail.
Well, maybe since September, that DR was in August on the 26th. Do you have any interest in completing a domestic violence program, sir?
Yes, I've been on the waiting list since
Right.
March.
Okay, I think that could be very helpful to you. So you plan to go back to a job in Middletown at a restaurant that you had before?
Yes,
Okay, it was only part-time in the past. Can you live on a part-time salary?
yes, until, you know, I can also ask for more hours. The only reason why I went from full-time to part-time is because when I had my kids.
Well, that's when you actually need to be working full-time. Kids are expensive. All right, give us a few minutes to discuss your case, Mr. Boxley. Mr.
Thank you,
Rodriguez?
Madam Chair. I was really hoping to come in and hear more work that Mr. Buckley had done. The fact that he got a ticket, the fact that he hasn't done the additional program that were requested from the previous panel. And I don't want to take away from the fact that he seems to be moving along, trying to do what's right, but I think that those additional programs have been very helpful to him, especially the domestic violence program. I think he still needs. I'm challenged with the situation today. He has that one ticket when he wasn't supposed to get a DR. So I'm a denial today. I'm happy to hear what my colleagues have to say in this particular situation. He's going to have 2.5 years of special parole to follow.
Ms. Keys?
Yeah, I agree. I'm a denial for today. I would like him, he has a history with DV, and I would like him to have the benefit of completing that program before he's released.
So we will be setting his conditions for his 2.5 years of special parole. I have domestic violence, no contact with co-defendant Tyreen Jackson, no contact with victim, initials JD. And I think we should go ahead with a halfway house because I'm not sure the living situation at this time next year is going to be still viable. So reasons for denial.
I'm sorry, I did have mental health evaluation treatment, but I'm open to
Yeah.
friends, my colleagues.
Oh, yeah. Inadequate evidence from the change, inadequate institutional program participation, and inadequate release management.
I'm sorry, I was looking at the victim in 2020. I'd like to make a general no contact with AS. I'm sorry. You had
Inadequate evidence of offender change, inadequate institutional program participation, inadequate release plan.
offense on probation.
Yeah, offense on probation.
So in the matter of Damar Boxley, inmate number 373876, there's a motion to deny parole for the following reasons. Your offense was committed while you were on probation. You have inadequate program participation and evidence of offender change and an inadequate release plan. I'd further move to set the following conditions for your special parole supervision: behavior management for domestic violence, mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary, no contact with the 2020 prior victim AS, no contact with victim JD, no contact with co-defendant Tyreen Jackson. Did I get it all?
Yeah.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? All right. Motion carries. Parole is denied. So, Mr. Boxley, you'll go out end of sentence next February, and we set the conditions for your parole supervision. We wish you much success, sir.
This concludes the hearing for Damar Boxley. You're all set, sir.
All right, I got Hicks. Do you want him?
Anybody?
Yes, please, thank you.
Evening.
Good morning, my name is Parole Officer Torres. Today is Friday, April 10th, 2026, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner,
Alien Keys.
Panel Member Rodriguez, good morning.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Anthony Edwin Hicks, 274-562.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Anthony Hicks, number 274562. He is serving a sentence of 4 years flat for illegal possession of an assault weapon, criminal possession of a pistol or revolver, 2 counts of criminal possession of a firearm, a violation of probation with underlying threatening first and reckless endangerment, and forgery. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of September 1st, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the Voices program. He's also currently participating in domestic violence, which is set to be completed April 28th of this year. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe he should be granted parole. You may begin.
before you do, Mr. Hicks, Officer Torres, I believe he's got an 8-year sentence, execution suspended after 40 months to be followed by 5 years of probation. If you would look to verify that.
Yes.
We'll go ahead and hear
Yes.
from Mr. Hicks.
Hi, how are you doing today, board? The reason why that I believe that I should be granted parole, because I was asked this question upon the request that was given to me, is because that I feel that I've completed everything that was asked of me, part of the DOC. I've completed every program. I've written down a lot of things to back up all the information that I had to say to the board today. If you mind, I would like to read what I have written down so that I can make sure I keep my key points on point for you
Yes,
guys.
please go right ahead.
I was asked, how will I make better decisions in my community and make changes in my experience? I believe I should be granted parole because I have used my time while incarcerated to make meaningful and measurable changes in my life. I've successfully completed multiple rehabilitative programs that have helped me address my decision-making behaviors and overall mindset. These programs have given me the tools to make better choices and contribute positively to my society and everything around me. Beyond that, I have taken an initiative towards my future and beginning the process of developing legitimate business endeavors. This shows my commitment to becoming self-sufficient and a productive upon release. I fully accept responsibilities for my past actions, and I am committed to living a law-abiding life. I'm not the same person I was when I entered this facility. I am focused, disciplined, and prepared to reintegrate in society in a positive and meaningful way. Granting me parole would allow me the opportunity to apply what I have learned and continue building a better future for me, myself, and my 3-year-old child.
All right, Mr. Hicks, we appreciate that you took the time to write out those thoughts. We're going to ask you questions, then we'll
Yes.
discuss your case and make a decision. Our questions this morning will begin with Ms. Pease.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your opening statement. It does look like you have completed, just reflecting on your opening statement, saying you've completed every program asked of you. It does look you have completed a lot of programs, Voices, as my colleague had mentioned, and then several programs through a reentry life
Yes.
skills thing at the facility, including a DV life skills program from Osborne. You are currently in a facility-based domestic violence program.
It's completed. It's completed. And it's completed, just completed last week. They just didn't update it. They try to update it with Mentoras, but she wasn't there at that date. It's completed now.
Okay, I'll look in the system. I did check recently, but I can look. Okay, and either way, it's expected to conclude very soon, within 18 days, even if it hasn't yet. It's only about 2 weeks. So you have taken a lot of programs. Can you tell us, reflecting on your crimes, I guess we'll start with the domestic violence offense, which was an underlying, but what have you learned that with regard to your crime and domestic violence and you and your triggers and everything?
I've learned that I need to be more accountable for the actions that I've displayed upon the situation that was at hand. I learned that I need to stop, think, pause before I react to any situation. I also realized during domestic violence classes and groups that I needed to take time to acknowledge my triggers. What would trigger me? How can I avoid any other situations? How to take timeouts? How to make sure that I make the right decision where I wouldn't be ending up in places like this, or even being arrested, or, you know, hurting anybody. So I've learned how to actually take the time to think before reacting.
Okay. That's good. And you do, you know, we don't want to mention any names of victims or anything. And I know there is a co-parenting kind of relationship moving forward. I know you're in a long-term marriage. I believe it's marriage. Yes, marriage, very long-term. Yes. And that seems fine from the outset, you know, from what we can see. But then there's a co-parenting relationship. Yes. And I know you had mentioned that, you know, there have been some state agencies involved with that. What is the status of that now? Because you do share a child.
All cases has been dismissed. I have the actual dismissal from the actual judges from that right there. I have still co-parenting capabilities. Once I'm released, I will be able to have joint custody with my child. I have a court date set up, a hearing for next month regarding that situation with my child. Me and the mother, we don't have any kind of communications at this point right now. However, through the courts in DCF, and New York is called ACS, through the courts in New York, they actually have a mediator that talks for both of us. So an intermediated person that talks between us. So I'm able to still have visits with my son via virtual video.
Okay, so you're pursuing, and the court is some sort of family court, I guess.
Yes.
The court. Okay, so you're pursuing, and then, but the third party, there is a third party through the mediator that can facilitate so that you don't have to have direct contact with the mom.
Yes. Yes, I have a third party. Yes.
Okay, and you did, one of the programs too was a parenting program, and let me see if I'm correct in that. It was, but yes, parenting course for marriage. Okay, that's great. That's okay. That's good to hear. Okay, I appreciate that. Now you have shared some insight about triggers and everything regarding domestic violence. What about general violence? Because you do have 3 DRs, 2 of which were violent, an assault and a fighting one. So can you please share with us, you know, how that happened, how those instances happened, and?
Yes. Upon me first entering the facility, the corrections facility in Bridgeport, Connecticut, I've been targeted by, you know, a couple of gentlemen there because of the shoes that I had. So a couple of guys there, they wanted the shoes that I had. So by me protecting myself, this is when I got into the 2 physical altercations. I take full accountability for my actions by me getting and engaging still into a fight. But I felt like that I was being cornered at this time. There was like nobody that could help me at that point because where I was located, I'm all the way in the back of the actual block where the officers couldn't see anything that would happen. By the time they would have came, I could have been bodily harmed. So I defended myself the best way that I could. And I still accept my role in that whole action where I felt like I could have done something else, or I could have called out or screamed or did something to protect myself. But unfortunately, it didn't happen that way.
So the first one was an assault where an officer witnessed So they were able to see, but they witnessed you punch another inmate in the dorm.
Yes.
That
It
was
was a-
July. Okay.
Yeah, it was a two-part thing because there was still part of the same group of people that was targeted, and I assaulted that person. I hit that person first before he was able to hit me because I've already been assaulted for the first fight, and they put me in the same area with the same people that knew these people.
Okay. So you'd say you were assaulted prior to that, but you
Yes.
did not get a DR for, and that this was you then kind of making a
Yes.
statement or something. Okay. Now, 8 months later, in March 2025, you had received your fighting ticket for a physical altercation. Were you still in Bridgeport then? I can look it up, but
All these happened in Bridgeport. I never caught a fight. It was all in the same facility. Once I moved that facility, I never had any more fighting tickets.
okay. When did you leave that facility?
I stayed in that facility for almost a year and a half.
Okay.
Out of the 40 months that I've been sentenced to the Department of Corrections, before I was moved out of there, that last fight removed me from that facility, and I moved to Cheshire.
Okay.
Different Cheshire, I went to Walker, then here.
Oh, okay. Okay. And then what about the conspiracy to convey contraband?
It was a text message that was sent to me. It was a text message that was talking about videos and music in order for, guys to listen to music and stuff on their tablets. They said I caught a ticket 2 months later stating that, you're not able to talk about these type of things right there. So that's why I had a conveying conspiracy to contraband. They considered you having a USB port as contraband. I never had anything brought into the facility. There was no plans on bringing anything into the facility. However, by me speaking about that in a text message, this is where I got the conveying. I got the ticket 2 months later. I was in a whole different facility when this transpired. They said to me that central office had got a message stating that they flagged a message that was sent in the text messages stating all this stuff of videos and music that was in that text message. And he said that's breaking the DOC rules and policies. So I took action. And I told him, okay, I'm guilty for that because I did have correspondence where I was talking about this type of stuff. So I ended up going to segregation for 3 days pending.
Okay. Did you have the USB?
No, I had nothing.
Did you send we have that you sent an outgoing message for
Yes,
someone?
that was an outgoing message, yes.
Okay.
And we was talking about the videos and stuff because I had a prior call to all, and I was telling the corresponding person, these were the videos, these are all the music. And I admit those are things that I actually wanted to have to play on my actual tablet. I admitted that.
Okay. So you did. So what, okay,
Yes,
what are
I
you
admitted
denying then? So just so I'm clear, because that's what I understand. So what is it that you're denying about that DR?
What I was denying was the part of them having it put as I brought it into the facility. And I told them I didn't bring anything to the facility. I don't even get contact visits. That's where the discrepancy was.
But so how did you get the USB?
I never got it. That's
You
the
said
whole
you
point.
had it.
No, I never said I had it. I never received any USB. What I was saying to you is that what I wrote down in the actual text messages, that's what they considered as me trying to convey, meaning trying to bring that into the facility. Right. That's where the miscommunication was. What I didn't agree upon was the point of them saying that they thought that I had one already. And I said, no, I didn't have any USB at all. I have lost the contact visits since I've been incarcerated. I have not had a contact visit until I got to this facility. That's what I was explaining to them. And that's when they realized, oh, Mr. Hicks, you were right in that part.
All right. All right. And you didn't have contact visits when you were in Bridgeport, but you have them now?
No, I never had contact visit at all. Not in Bridgeport at all.
Why don't you have contact visits?
They don't allow contact visits in the state facilities. They only allow it in the prisons. That's when you get here. They don't allow contact visits in Bridgeport Correction unless it's a DCF case.
Okay, they don't allow it in Bridgeport, but what about now that you're in Cheshire? Or my husband, sorry.
Yes, I've just been allowed contact visits a month ago because they changed the policy. So I've been able to get contact visits for this last month.
Okay.
But prior to that, the whole time I've been incarcerated, I have no contact visits at all.
Okay. So to get off of those things, so just looking back at your history, it appears as though, and it's going back quite a bit, but I just want to understand timeline. So it looks like you first left prison in 2005. Then after being home 10 years, you were readmitted in 2015. And you
Yes,
discharged the following year, 2016, home for 2 years before being readmitted. Then your last release, 2018, you were out for 5 and then returned in 2024. Why, you've had these long gaps where, so what is going on? Why do you keep coming back after these long breaks?
honestly, to tell you, it's been the people that I've been around, the environments, I've always maintained, great jobs, great opportunities. I've done a lot in the community to make sure I stay myself in good areas, but the surrounding people that I've been around, I always found myself getting in trouble with them. And I was making poor decision making
Okay.
by being around these type of people.
I was going to ask that because, reading everything, it did sound like you had a very stable home life, family life,
Yes,
good jobs. But then you're engaged in selling large amounts of illegal weapons. You're in this whole thing with transporting this duffel bag with like a ski mask, pistol, pellet gun, a mini AK style assault rifle. Why would you engage in that when you have this nice, do you need that excitement? Did you need more money? If you have this, stable, loving relationship and.
to be honest with you, it was just me being around the wrong people at the wrong time, me making poor decisions, me just having the thrill of being around these type of people. And, it ultimately caused me a lot of hurt inside because at the end of the day, I didn't ever think that I was going to become a father. And now that I have a 3-year-old son now, it just made me look at the whole situation differently now because now I have a child now. And now I was like, I've been gone almost the whole time my son been born. I only saw my son one time. My son is 3 now.
I appreciate that. I'm not trying to argue with what you said. When the woman was pregnant with that child, you pointed a gun at her head with a laser beam and she's pregnant, right?
No, I've never done that. I've never done that at all.
So what was your threatening and evading conviction for?
Threatening and evading. Every case that I had that dealt with that, Miss, can I say the actual party's name?
No,
Oh,
but
okay.
thank you for asking. I appreciate you checking.
Oh,
Thank
that's
you.
why I have to ask first. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Well, the mother of the child, can I say that? The mother of the child?
Yeah,
The mother
thank
of the child, we haven't gotten along. However, we did get along at one point. Like you said, there was a situation where they said that I supposedly pointed a laser beam firearm at the mother of the child,
Mhm.
which I went to court. It was found out that the weapon that she was stating wasn't a firearm. It wasn't a firearm. It was an air pistol gun, and I didn't never wave anything at her. I went to court. We went to mediation. We went to everything that we needed to go to. The judge put a restraining order on both of us, that which we both went to mediation, and we were supposed to get that actually. I don't know how you say it when you go back to court and they modify it. They're supposed to modify it after. That's why we were able to do the co-parenting thing together after, because Ms. Mojica did state that she lied and that she wanted me to get incarcerated. She did. I'm sorry.
Okay,
Sorry.
well, okay, yes, I know, he did slip there. So yeah, we don't want to say names, but, and it could, I don't want to, dig into it, but it could be that this did happen and she would want you to have a time of incarceration because that's extraordinarily terrifying. But I don't want to rehash whether it happened or not. I appreciate your answer. I did want you to reflect on it from your side of the story. Why, for your forgery conviction, you know, you were shoplifting, you found it in your bag, you had several different driver's licenses with your photo, but different names and addresses, 2 social security cards, several credit cards and social service cards. Why did you have all these driver's licenses with your photo and different names?
Well, I had all those because I was around, like I said, negative people. I felt like I was being part of this whole group of people. I felt like I was gaining something. I was wrong completely for doing that, period. I was wrong completely. I take full accountability for that action right there. I take full accountability for everything that transpired in my life, because this is where I'm at right now because of all these wrong actions.
Were you not planning to use them? And why would you have them if you're not, why would you make them and have them? Were you planning to flee or you got arrested? You just want to show a different ID and hope it worked?
That's exactly what it was, ma'am.
I think, let's see, talked about the PRs, we talked about that. Sorry, I just want to review, I have to make sure I've asked questions that. Have you, for the DV, and everything, have you figured out the underlying source of your anger and violence? Like, what have you considered where that's coming from? So that maybe you could then better understand the next steps about, I appreciate you did talk about some of the strategies and you want to look at triggers and things, but have you learned, like, where is this coming from? What's the real cause of anger? Is it fear? Is it embarrassment? Is it feeling disrespected? Did it come from childhood? Have you gotten any insight into that?
I feel like the main source it comes from is the disrespect, the verbal abuse, because it's never been physical between me and the mother of the child. It's always been verbally. There's never been any physical altercations. It's always been verbally. That's what caused a lot, I feel within myself, it was just always, the way that we communicated with each other, which has been actually great now because we had the mediator in between, the communication now. So it's no more fighting as it was then.
Okay. Review. Okay. All right. I think. All right, please excuse me while I review real quick. Oh, yeah. You told the officer that you're also participating in paid correspondence programs, including DV and parenting. That's the life skills, Reentry Life Skills program?
Yes.
That is that. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I think I'm all set for questions.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, Ms. Jakes, it's just interesting. You did programming, you got a lot of certificates. But
yes.
Unless I'm reading this wrong, you got this ticket for contraband.
Yes.
While you were taking these programs?
I'm not quite sure because they held on to the ticket for a couple of months. Yeah, they held on to the tickets. Yeah, they held on to the tickets for a couple of months. They gave it to me months after. They was holding it for at the central office. I didn't know nothing about the ticket. I was over in a whole nother facility when the ticket was sent to me. They held on to it for months. They told me that it was meaning to give it to me for months. I was under the misunderstanding, like, how are you able to hold on to these tickets for months? I was already in programming and everything.
And in hearing your explanation of that ticket, it appeared to me that you minimized really what was going on in that station.
Well, that
was a pretty serious requests that you were making.
It definitely was.
It wasn't just music.
No, it was music and videos. I said music and videos. I said that to the other officer on the panel. I said it was music and videos. Explicit videos.
Porn
yes, it
of
was.
all kinds.
Very explicit video.
Yes,
Porn of all kinds.
It definitely was. And I take accountability of every action for that. I was definitely wrong for that. And I didn't think that it was something that was going to get me in this much trouble months down the road. And next thing you know, I'm already doing programs and everything. And I get a ticket come out of nowhere. The lieutenant asks me, and I'm like, wow, I didn't even think that. And, you know, I was wrong. And
You
I'm
know,
not
it's-
trying to,
It's really irrelevant, the timing issue that you keep bringing
Yes.
it back to, because you sent this message on 8/18/2025, and the report, and all of the signatures on the DR are dated 8/22/25.
that's
Which-
4 months
So,
later that
you
I
know,
received it, so.
What does that matter, sir?
No, what I was trying to say to you, ma'am, was when I received the DR after, I didn't think there was a problem then because nothing transpired, nothing had happened, and then
Right,
4 months
because
later.
because they saw the message
Correct.
and they intervened so that a USB port could not be brought into the facility as you were trying to orchestrate.
And my point is that you were already in the
Yes.
programs while this was going on.
Yes, that's what
So
I'm
for
trying.
me, for me, that reflects, you know, I'm not sure exactly what you were learning from the programs. If this is where your head was at that particular point. I mean,
What I'm going to say to that, sir, Mr. Rodriguez, is when I was in the program, see, nothing ever came out of that situation right there. So I left that in the past, like, you know what? Now I'm in my programs. I'm starting to actually get the help that I need. So I wasn't thinking about that anymore. 4 months later, now I get hit with this, okay, we have this ticket for something that happened when I was in a whole different facility. I wasn't even in the facility getting programs until I got here. I understand.
it's problematic.
Yes, it is, and
That's
I'm
the bottom
wrong.
line. It's
Yes, it
problematic.
is.
It's problematic for us too.
It's problematic for the view that you apparently have of women with the descriptions that you detailed out in terms of the kind of pornography that you were hoping to bring into the facility to make a killing. And I guess that's part of your statement that you're looking to business endeavors.
Yes, I cannot say anything except that I was wrong for that. But however, like I said, I engaged myself in programs after that faculty. I wasn't involved with that when I was doing the programs because the programs came after. They came after. I wasn't in programs.
That's not how I read the ticket, just so you know. I read the ticket as if you were already in the programming when this occurred. And I mean, my colleagues can correct me
it has dates.
if they see it a different way, but it doesn't matter either way.
It has
I mean,
dates on it when I started the program, sir, Mr. Rodriguez. If you look at the dates, it shows the dates when I started the programs. The ticket came in April, as it said. It came in April. August was when it was served to me. I was already in programs. As you can see right before you, sir.
Well, I have to be honest with you. I'm kind of challenged by it. Okay.
I'm
And I think you understand why. I think
yes, I
you get it.
understand.
You
I
get
definitely
it.
understand, Mr. Rodriguez. I'm
Yeah.
wrong. I'm wrong, sir. I take accountability for what I have done. There's no
appreciate that.
explanation. There's no explanation. I am sorry. I'm really sorry for the poor actions that I displayed, and by me demoralizing women in that actual intercepted email that you guys are seeing. I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. I accept accountability for my actions. However, I'm trying to make right going forward. This is what I've been working on so hard so that I can do what I need to do.
All right, I'm not sure where I'm at this moment, but I'm not in a good place right now with this. But I'm going to listen to some of my colleague, Madam Chair, is going to ask you some questions as well, and we'll move from there. But I mean,
Okay.
It was very challenging to read that. I have to be quite honest with you.
I understand, Mr. Rodriguez, sir. I understand.
So, Mr. Hicks, you have the Deadly Weapon Offender Registry, 5-year
Yes.
obligation due to your convictions. You also have a detainer out of New York for grand larceny,
Yes.
and they will extradite you. So you have that coming up and 5 years of probation.
Yes.
So, that ends the questions. We're going to deliberate. Please don't interrupt. Ms. Keys?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I came in on the fence. Nancy had completed a lot of programs, but I really wanted to see how he responded to us reviewing, why these DRs happened and his criminal history and what he's learned about himself and his actions. And I found, the conversation today, it seemed he contradicted himself a few times as questions continued, which gave me the sense that he was still, not fully forthcoming and, fully, accepting responsibility. You know, according to the police report, you know, he had been physical with the victim before and there was visible evidence of injury from that. There's video of some of the incident. It's, you know, and then, you know, it seemed kind of blaming his offenses on people he hung around with in the yards on other people that were, you know, targeting him. And certainly some of this may be true, but it just seems to be a developing pattern. He said no successes on community release. 2 of his 3 DRs are for violence and all within the past pretty much 3 years. I don't have him approved today. Reasons would be, you know, his current offense was committed while on supervision, inadequate evidence of offender change, constitutional adjustment.
And I would add criminal history to that. Mr. Rodriguez?
I'm in the same place, Madam Chair. It was just hard to get beyond all the rationalization of what was going on with that. We can get past that. I'm in the same place. I'm in the house today.
I mean, the combination for me of the guns, the domestic violence, and then coming in and the violations of the rules. And I think he's quite challenged to fully appreciate being responsible.
I'd say keep working at what you're doing and just trying to put yourself together and just, you know, keep working at it.
So in the matter of Anthony Hicks, inmate number 274562, there's a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: your criminal history, your offenses being committed while you were on probation, your poor institutional adjustment, and inadequate evidence of offender change. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Parole is denied.
This concludes the hearing for Anthony Hicks.
Good luck, sir.
All right, I'd like to say thank you, board, for hearing me. You have a great day.
You as well, sir.
You as well.
I just want to say that I'm working hard to be a better man than I was yesterday. That's all I can say.
Keep doing that. Keep doing that.
Very good.
Keep doing that.
Enjoy. Next person.
I'm gonna send in Moran.
Okay, thank you.
Hicks, don't forget your ID, please. Oh, yeah, don't forget these.
Morning, my name is Parole Officer Torres. Today is Friday, April 10th, 2026, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record. Certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner.
Aileen Keys.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Manuel Moran, 278-171.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Manuel Moran, number 278171. He is serving a sentence of 8 years, followed by 2 years of special parole for manslaughter second. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of September 27th, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan that has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the Voices program, anger management, tier 2, and recovery program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
My name is Manuel Moran. I stand here before you today as I request to be paroled to a halfway house after my conviction for second-degree manslaughter. I take full accountability for my actions. In these years of incarceration, I have dedicated myself to growth. I've completed the Tier 2 anger management and the Voices Initiative program. I also earned CCAR certification and ServSafe training. These programs have taught me accountability, emotional regulations, and the value of making better decisions. I am also a recovering addict, and my journey to sobriety is a crucial part of my transformation. My future plans are to work with other recovering addicts, guiding them through the same struggles I have faced. I hope to give back by becoming part of the CCAR program myself so I can help others find the hope and structure I have found. I have also worked diligently receiving multiple positive work reports from different facilities to date. Today I am employed at a clothing factory. I have shown dedication and consistency. I am learning every day how to live responsibly, stay accountable, and respect every person I encounter. I do not ask for leniency, but for a chance to prove that I can be a better person. If granted parole, I will stay connected to structure support, continue working, and stay accountable for my rehabilitation. Thank you for your consideration. I also want to add that right now I already have a job set up in West Hartford for the Pound House Cafe. I just got to go to the Better Chance program in Hartford. I already got the halfway house approved. I'm halfway house approved already. But if I go to the I want to go to the Better Chance program and get a manager ServSafe training, and they're gonna give me a job. A friend already helped me get a job in Pound House Cafe in West Hartford. So I'm, I got everything set up. I got good support. And I'm really want to work with the CCAR program. I know they have those in the Hartford House also. So,
All right, Mr. Moran, we're going to ask you some questions based on the documents that were available to us. So I'm just going to review the scenario. You were denied discretionary parole in 2017. You had a sentence with 7 years of special parole that began in July of 2018.
yes.
You returned within 4 months with a relapse. Same thing happened again in 2019. And then you went out again and came back on a technical violation. So you've really struggled on supervision in the past.
Yes, I did, ma'am.
You were on special parole for sales and risk of injury when you committed this manslaughter. You have a criminal history that dates back to 1998 and involves other assaultive acts, robberies, domestic violence. Very concerning. You have
Yes,
a long
ma'am.
assaultive history, 6 convictions alone for assault.
Yep. Oh, man, all I can say is I'm not that person anymore,
Okay, well, the best predictor of future behavior is past behavior.
Yes, I
And we
understand.
make this decision about whether it's appropriate for you to go out about a little over a year early to discretionary parole before you begin 2 years of special parole. And we have to make that decision in light of the interests of public safety. And you were somebody who was willing to stick a knife in another human being and cause their death.
No,
So,
ma'am, that's not like that. I was
Oh,
found
you
not
denied,
guilty on that.
yeah, you denied, I
ma'am,
forgot. You denied that, right?
No, I, listen, I got found not guilty on robbery first and not guilty on felony murder. I was found, guilty of manslaughter too, due to the fact that me and the person had an argument and they think that I was the one that caused the heart attack. I never put a knife on nobody. I got found not guilty for that, ma'am. And I'm not gonna say.
So you got convicted of a manslaughter, sir. So it
Yes,
was a
ma'am.
lesser charge and somebody
Because-
died.
Yes, because the person
Okay.
died 3 weeks
So
later.
when you say you take full accountability, I guess we don't understand what that means.
No, I
you know,
take full accountability
similarly,
because I got found guilty of the manslaughter. I'm not gonna sit here and argue and say.
The
I
man
wasn't
isn't
there,
any
you
less
know.
dead on a manslaughter
person-
than he is on a
Ma'am,
murder
a
charge. He's
person
still
died,
dead.
yes, ma'am, and I take
So
full
why were you
accountability for my
outside
action.
of the Root dispensary?
Excuse me?
Why were you outside of the Root dispensary?
I was in the methadone clinic, ma'am, taking treatment for my addiction.
You weren't there to sell drugs?
No, ma'am, I wasn't. I was buying drugs. That's what happened with the situation.
Oh, you were
I went-
buying.
I was buying
What were
drugs
you
from.
buying?
I was buying heroin from Julio Ruiz, the
Okay.
victim,
And
and
what were
that's
they giving you at the dispensary?
methadone.
Methadone?
It wasn't
Okay.
working, ma'am. That's why. Right now,
Okay, so
I'm
you-
off. Right now, I'm off methadone, Suboxone, everything. I'm clean. I've been clean for
Good for
all
you.
these years.
Okay, that's great. It's about time. It's necessary. What is your relapse prevention plan?
Well, I'm gonna work with the CCAR program. I wanna work for the CCAR program. I wanna go to any meetings. I wanna stay connected to CCAR. That's why I did the program here. So I could, I have a
Have you
plan.
done NA in the community before?
Yes, ma'am, I have. I did it in the
Have you ever
house.
worked with a sponsor?
No, I never worked with a sponsor.
Have you ever worked the 12 steps?
Yes, I have. Yes.
And how did you do that?
Well, I help with the NA program. With
That's
the
not
NA
what the
program.
12 steps are. The 12 steps are the foundation of the NA and AA.
Yes,
And that's
1
how
through
you
12.
work on yourself and your recovery. Meetings are a way to share that with other people.
With other
But
people,
there's still
yes.
step meetings where you go and you actually spend time focused on each of the individual 12 steps, one at a time, progress through them. What happens when you get to step 12?
I never did the foundation. I just learned about the 12 steps through the
Okay,
NA.
but that's the
But I never
mechanism for
just-
working on yourself.
Okay, but I
So it's
never,
not about sitting in meetings, drinking bad coffee and listening to other people talk. You actually need
Yes.
to be working on yourself.
that's why I
So
have
you
to
need
get
to seek
sponsored.
out step meetings. Go to
Okay,
step meetings.
All
Get
right.
yourself the book.
all right, yes, I will.
Congratulations on getting your GED.
Thank you. I'm gonna do whatever is necessary I have to do to stay clean, because I know that fentanyl is killing everybody. My little brother already died from that.
Have you
I'm
ever
not-
heard of the adage 90 and 90?
The adage 90 and 90? No, I haven't.
The expression 90 and 90, if you go to 90 meetings in your first 90 days out in the community, that can mean
Yes.
several meetings in one day.
Yes, I do. I have heard of it in the NA meetings, yes.
Yeah, it's a goal to set for yourself.
Okay,
Mhm. I'm concerned that you didn't participate in the Tier 4 program. Did they offer it to you?
no, never. I did the tier 2.
Yeah, but you have a drug score of 4 and
Yeah, but
and an extensive drug history.
You have 10.
Mhm. Yeah.
yeah, they never offered.
Why did you refuse the specimen in 2024?
I didn't refuse. It's that they put refusal, man, because you didn't give the urine, because you gave me 3 hours. I couldn't pee. A person looking at me, I get stage fright. I'm be honest, and I can't go with the CO right there looking at me.
You completed the Voices program, but you didn't say anything in your opening statement, which you took the time to write out by way of any kind of remorse for the ending of Mr. Ruiz's life. Is there something you might want to say if his family members are listening?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
No,
Yes,
okay,
ma'am.
all right, yeah, we read that. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I had the letter right here if you want me to read it out loud.
No, because we've read it. Is there something that you might want to say to the family?
I want to say that I'm very remorseful for what happened, that it wasn't my intentions for Julio to die. If I could have done anything different that day, I would have. That I'm sorry that, I'm not that person. And, I have suffered loss too. And I know that they're going through a lot because of this situation. And I am truly sorry that, that this happened. That wasn't the way I wanted it to happen, for Julio to die. He was my friend. He was a friend of mine. I knew him. I knew him for years. I knew him for a couple of years when I was in treatment with him. So,
All right, thank you, Mr. Moran. Mr. Rodriguez, some questions?
I sure want to be your friend, Mr. Ray. You're gonna put a knife to your friend's throat?
A knife,
And then there was this whole piece of you stomping on his nebulizer, on the thing he uses for his asthma. That's really what created the situation, right? He must have got anxious, nervous, started having an asthma attack.
If you were to read my my transcripts from my trial, you would see that there was never no asthma pump found at the scene or anything, because I never did that. I wouldn't have done that. That's not the type of person I am. I take accountability. I always have,
Well, you do take accountability for putting a knife to his throat.
No, I never did that, sir.
You didn't do that either.
I never did that. I never did that. Sir, I never did that. I tell you the truth, I never did that. If I would have done it, I would tell you right here, yes, I did. But I never did that.
You went to a jury trial. You went to a jury trial, right?
Yes,
They found you not guilty of the more serious offense,
yes,
the
sir.
murder, but they did convict you on the lesser offense, which means that they must have been some evidence that they convicted you.
Well, they convicted me because they say that the argument caused him to.
That's what I'm saying as well. That's what I'm saying as well.
Yes,
At that moment, whatever happened at that moment, and the report is that you put a knife to his throat. That's the report. That's what we go by.
No, I understand that.
That's what we go by. So that's the report, and that created a situation that caused whatever went on with him medically to end up dying 2 weeks later or 3 weeks later in the hospital.
Yes, sir. That's what they say. Yes, yes.
Now, I don't know, you've got such a history here that's really puts me, and I'm sure probably concerns my colleagues as well, related to, it's such a bad history. Your relapse history is not so positive. I'm glad that you've been clean for this time. You're off of methadone. That's a good thing. I'm glad that you're involved with CCAR. No matter what happens today, I think that you should stay involved with CCAR and continue to build that recovery network for yourself. I think you need to, learn a little bit more about NA and its process, because it's not, as my colleague said, it's not just going to the meetings and listening to the war stories that you hear in the rooms. It's more than that, right? And so I think you need to kind of continue to focus on that.
Okay.
The ticket concerns me too. I don't know.
Well, I wasn't there. I don't get high in jail. There's nothing for me here, and I'm not going to do it because this is part of my recovery.
But we hear that a lot, and when people refuse, they're expecting.
Yeah, but I didn't refuse. I just honestly I can't. Yeah. I even have problems in parole, and they just
at some point you would have had to go to the bathroom. You could have done it at that particular point. Anyway, I don't really have a lot of questions for you. I think my colleague covered some ground. I appreciate you listening to me, and good luck to you.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Keys.
So when you had just been re-released to special parole May 2019, which was 3 months prior to this fight, what happened in those 3 months?
Ask me the question again, I'm sorry. I
So-
didn't hear.
When this fight happened, you had just been released to special parole 3 months earlier. And now you're at a methadone clinic, you're buying illegal drugs. You
Yeah.
told the guy you didn't want fentanyl, I think is what it was, in it. You went
Yes.
to the car, you felt like it had fentanyl, you came back to confront him and obviously angrily, so you got into an altercation. You'd only been out 3 months or on special parole for 3 months. What happened in those 3 months that led you to that?
I relapsed and I was using, well, I was on methadone. I relapsed. You know, I'm gonna be honest. I relapsed. I started using. Things weren't going great, and I relapsed. I was, you know.
Okay. With your connection to CCAR, you know, I'm happy, I'm very happy to hear about the connection with CCAR. And I think, you know, the connection with CCAR is, you know, very good and comparable to NA and everything. What specifically does your continued engagement with CCAR look like in the community?
That's one of my number one goals. I really want to work with addicts, you know, because I think that who better to help an addict than a person that already went through that life, you understand? And I want to be a coach to them and talk to them about the things that I went through and life, you know, since a kid, you know, I've been doing this, you know, and it's all right to accept that you have a problem and change, that you could change, that change is possible. You understand?
You know, I would just want to say, you know, I am bothered by your lack of what I consider lack of acceptance of responsibility for the fight and the death. And so it is possible to change and it is possible to accept your true role in that. And it's not a definition of who you are. It's something that happened. And by accepting true responsibility, you can then work on it.
I accept the responsibility and the accountability that I was there and due to.
Yeah, you denied significant parts though that multiple witnesses had all stated, but I don't want to harp on that. So you talk about your continued relationship with CCAR as being your supporting other addicts. How will you engage CCAR to support you and your
Exactly, that's the way it's going to help me. It helps me also to stay clean by helping other people. It motivates me to stay clean more. You understand?
What about meeting frequency? Do you have a sponsor now?
I'm gonna go to meetings. I'm gonna do the 30, what the lady said. I want to get involved in that and get a sponsor. Yes, I'm gonna do everything as possible to stay clean because I'm not going back to that. I'm 51 years old. I'm tired of being in here. I'm tired of being in jail.
Are you still currently connected with CCAR while you're in the facility?
Well, I'm trying. Yes, I am writing to get another thing that we have to do. I think is the professional, the second part, but for some reason, because of the construction and all that, they haven't been coming in and all that. But I am on the list for all that. I am, you know. And
so you haven't been able to connect necessarily with a CCAR coach now that's in the community because they've stopped coming in because of the construction.
Yes. I got the certificate already.
Yeah,
So what I'm gonna do is I heard that because I'm already Hartford House approved, so I heard that in the Hartford House they have CCAR coaches, and the first thing that I'm gonna do is go to them so I can do the rest, whatever I have to do, volunteer.
How do you know when you might relapse? What are the signs? Do you know what causes your relapse?
Yeah, when you relapse in your mind first. Before you even relapse, you already got that thought in your head.
Okay. So what's your plan when you get that thought? What's your plan?
When your plan, you're supposed to call your sponsor. When you have to get your support system has to be there. You know, you have to go to them when you're feeling like that. You understand? Yep.
Okay. And would you go to your parole officer too if you're feeling like it's safe? Okay.
Yes, I would.
Okay. All right. I think
I've been very focused on myself when it comes to that, because even in here, you can relapse in here, but I don't even go by it. There's a lot of shit going on in here that I would have been relapsed, and I don't do it because I know I can't. I'm not going that way. I'm a whole different person. You know, this time I have focus on myself, and through the programs, I've been using my tools the way these guys have shown me, the Voices program, my anger, I know how to control my anger, you know, I know how to think clearly.
Do you
No,
have
I'm
someone
not-
in there that you go to if you're feeling tempted in there? Because we know there are things.
I speak, I know a lot of CEOs here that I speak to and friends, guys that I hang around. I barely come out myself. I'm always in my cell and I communicate with one other person. I always at work all day. I work from 8:30 in the morning till 5 o'clock and 5 o'clock, 5:45.
That's
And I
good.
come back, I just go to the gym and shower and stay in the cell. That's all I do. I
That's
talk to
good.
my monkey.
That type of structure is good. That sounds good. And I do just want to note, in case it wasn't clear, in case any victims' relatives are watching, that you did write a letter, or whatever it's worth. We did write a letter separately for the victims' families, or the victim's family. Okay, thank you. That's all I have for questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, so Mr. Moran, we're going to discuss your case. Please don't interrupt.
Yes, ma'am.
So, a very concerning and serious offense. You know, we typically see some of the criminal behavior drop off as offenders age. And that hasn't been the case for Mr. Moran, which brings us to this 2019 conviction for manslaughter in the second degree. He's done well with programming there in the facility, and employment and education. So all of that is recognized. The DRs are concerning, even if you accept the refusing specimen explanation. He had 2 fighting tickets, 2021 and 2022, which defies all logic given what he's in there serving his sentence for. He's been very unsuccessful on supervision in the past, to include special parole, which from which he was returned multiple times between 2018 and 2024. So, and the fact that he was on special parole is just, you know, we talk about special parole and officers being a resource and a part of the support system. And here he tells us he was on supervision, you know, engaged in MAT and buying heroin. So all of that is extremely concerning. I'm glad that he has 2 years of special parole to follow. That will begin in about 15 months. And I would be most comfortable today setting his conditions for that special parole period. Mr. Rodriguez?
I'm basically in the same place, and just loss of life cases always impactful. I appreciate that he wrote a letter of apology. And he did say he was sorry to the victim's family.
Well, denying any responsibility.
Well, but that, which is the other challenge that I had in this situation, that the facts just didn't seem to line up with his particular version of what happened, and I did have some challenge with that. I'm glad that he's taking CCAR, and then it seems to me that if he keeps, you know, moving in that direction, that he, you know, at least he'd have some opportunity to have a support system on the outside. That if he was really deciding to change his life around at 51, I hope he is, will be very helpful to him. But I'm not in a place to grant discretionary parole today. So I will be assisting in setting the special parole.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm on the fence, but I do, I really appreciate his connection with CCAR, and honestly, it was the only thing in the interview that really bothered me was just discussing the actual offense. But I know he has been approved for a halfway house. I like that he's looked at his release plan and the community programs that could support his reentry, and he's looked into the fact that CCAR is where he plans to be, and I think that is a good release plan for him. And so I think I'll be denied this point and set the special parole conditions for when that time starts.
So I have, for the denial, criminal history, offense committed on special parole, the nature and circumstances of that offense, and for institutional adjustment. Anything you want to add or change?
No. He's taking programming or something.
Okay, so, for special parole conditions, halfway house placement, no contact with the family of JR. Anything to add? No alcohol? What do you want to?
Behavioral management for anger management. During the DRs.
Yeah.
The offense,
4 years ago.
but,
It's taken anger management since then.
okay, I'm fine with that, doing that, and then, he does have a detainer, but it's non-extraditable, so we do not include that, right?
Okay.
Okay. Yes.
So in the matter of Manuel Moran, inmate number 278171, there's a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: your criminal history, your offense being committed while you were on special parole, the nature and circumstance of that offense, and your poor institutional adjustment. I further move to set the following conditions for your 2 years of special parole supervision. We have halfway house placement and no contact with the family of the deceased, initials JR. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Parole is denied. We wish you much success, Mr. Moran, when you go out. End of sentence.
Thank you, ma'am.
This concludes the hearing for Manuel Moran.
What's next? It is. Yeah, I mean. What season is more on? I think so. No, it's not, no. So. The results is just the order that everything did.
Morning, my name is Parole Officer Torres. Today is Friday, April 10th, 2026, and this is the case review to set special parole stipulations for Philip Moy, number 406662, at Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Board members, please state your name on the record and please deliberate.
Nancy Turner.
Aileen Keys.
Emma Rodriguez.
So in the matter of Philip Moy Jr., inmate number 406662, I make a motion to set the following conditions for his 6 years of special parole supervision. Under behavior management for domestic violence, mental health evaluation and treatment is deemed necessary, halfway house placement, no contact with codependent, Malik Jones, no contact with victims PH and B. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
This concludes the case review hearing to set a special parole stipulation for Philip Moy. Hey,
Hi, who would you like to see next?
whoever you have there,
Oh, okay.
Keep them coming.
keep them coming
All right.
down.
Who's this?
Good morning.
Good morning, my name is Officer Torres. Today is Friday, April 10th, 2026, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner.
Aileen Keys.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
State your name and inmate number for the record.
Luis Ortiz, 376547.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Luis Ortiz, number 376547. He is serving a sentence of 4 years followed by 2 years of special parole for criminal possession of a firearm. As of today, record reflects a parole eligibility date of April 4th, 2026. There's no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the anger management program, tier 2 and recovery coach programs. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the low range of risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Mr. Ortiz, we did receive your letter and we've read it, so please don't read it to us. If you have it in a brief statement you want to make off the cuff, go right ahead.
Well, from the bottom of my heart and my head, what I got right now, I appreciate it, the board to have me here today. And I want to say that I accept responsibility for my actions on April 27, 2024. And I really regret everything that happened that day to the point that happened. And I'm doing my best, and I really would like to get granted parole to be with my family and my loved ones, and to go to society and do the right thing. How I was doing at the moment, this happened that day, which sadly, and I regret it, and just ask humbly for another chance to be with my family. And
All right,
I'm
so
sorry.
what we're doing here today, Mr. Ortiz, is we're looking to determine whether you're suitable, whether it's appropriate for you to finish the 4 years you have to serve out in the community on discretionary parole before you begin 2 years of special parole. I just want to make sure you understand what we're doing.
Yes, I
And-
understand.
Okay, and so it's not about, finding the grace to put you out. We have to make the decision in light of the interests of public safety.
Yes.
Okay, so we're gonna take turns asking you questions, and we'll begin with Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, obviously, Mr. Ortiz, your charges are very concerning.
Yes.
What was going on?
Well, that night, we was having a family reunion party, and uninvited person came inside. We started arguing. The person, I don't really know who it is. We pull a gun out, we start fighting, and shots, everything, how it happens. The cops came, they arrested me for interrogation. And I told them I was in my house protecting myself that day. I didn't have no gun on my possession that day. I was with my family, listening to the music, which every
Wait a minute, you were charged with criminal possession of a weapon.
Yes, they found the weapon in the roof.
Where did the weapon come from?
It was in the roof. It was in the roof of the house. They found it there. So my lawyer told me, the best deal to us and the table was to take possession, and it was going to terminate my period case, the past case, and on the offer docket that I can take 4 years and 2 special for possession, and it was going to drop the shootings and everything else that that didn't happen how initially happened. They say it happened.
I appreciate your version, but I think I read a different version of the best. I
Yes.
read that the officer shot at you because you had a weapon.
Well, they say that was me in the video that day. I ran out, but I
That wasn't you? That wasn't you?
No, that wasn't me that day. And in the video, that wasn't me. The court couldn't prove it was me. That's why they only gave me.
So who was the officer shooting at?
That's the individual I was fighting for. At that moment, I was upstairs. So my friend was the one running in the front, which he wrote an affidavit saying it. That I wasn't shooting at him, it's the other individual. He came upstairs, ran to the back, which another witness told the cops too, somebody ran to the back. But they wrote a report saying that, the general inspector determined I was a shooter. The police officer said that was me. But clearly they couldn't prove it, because if not, I wouldn't have had 4 years into special.
Why did you take it to trial?
I want to take it to trial, but my lawyer told me you got 7 years suspended of my prior case. So he told me the best interest for you is to take 4 years, which is less than 7.
But you realize that then you said you had the weapon. Then you
Yes, I put it under the offer docket.
I have to go with that you had the weapon.
Yes. Well, it was the best deal, and I got 7 suspended before this. So I'm like, the lawyer told me, you don't want to take it to the hearing,
The other concern that I had was that you were discharged from supervised.
Yes.
Supervision.
I finished
23, and then you got this.
22. I went home in 2022. I finished parole perfectly.
Yeah, and 23.
Yeah, 2023. Yes, I finished parole. I stopped probation. I was working every day. I was sending my pay stuff every week with Probational Davis. I was doing perfectly fine. You know, I was working, I built my credit, I was about to open my company. You know, I didn't plan this to happen, Mr. Rodriguez. I really didn't. You know, this came to my house. I was in my house. They got the evidence and nobody lives there, just me and my girlfriend. This person came on to bite it. I regret the things that I did. You know, I'm not perfect. I could have reacted differently. I could have called the cops. I didn't know the cops was in front of the house attending a car accident. I really didn't. You know, I was just defending myself. And this is what happened.
When you say you were defending them, you got into a fight.
Yes.
You took the gun away from the person?
Yes, I did.
You fired the weapon? You fired the weapon?
I didn't fire the weapon. They did GSR. They did GSR in my hands.
Gunshots.
They did, yes, but that was the other individual. They did GSR in my hands the same day they arrested me, came back negative. So I didn't shoot no gun. That's why they only give me possession. You know, yeah. But I fought with the individual. You know, I took responsibility for that. I took it. What else I could do? I'm in my house. You know, I'm trying to defend.
Was the other individual arrested?
No, he ran to the back and they never found it. They only took the allegedly victim and he wrote affidavit saying that they don't have nothing to do with him. You know,
there were other witnesses, correct?
Yes, it was other witnesses that said that I was arguing.
How come the witnesses didn't share your story?
Well, none of the witnesses says that I shot a gun. None of the witnesses said that I got a gun.
Just in general.
All the witnesses
share the story.
Well, the witnesses says that I was arguing and they got into a fight, which I'm telling you, I got into a fight. I was defending myself. None of the witnesses I got a gun. None of the witnesses said I shot a gun. All they say was I was arguing. I got into altercation, you know, and I never shot the gun. I took the gun, I threw it in the roof. I was nervous. Cops came. I admitted to it. I took time for the possession. Was the best deal. But I did not premeditate this.
Well,
I did not have the gun in my house. I don't own the gun.
Let's agree that we have two different versions of what happened.
Well, yes, police gonna write a report.
Let's agree with that.
You know, police gonna write a report to build a case.
All right.
You know, but I take responsibility.
Let's move on to a couple of other things. Your prior history.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, in PR you had 2 assaults.
No, I don't have no assaults.
On a public officer. I'm gonna assume that's a police officer.
I don't have no assault in Puerto Rico.
Did I read his exception wrong?
No, I got a detainer for possession of a firearm,
Public authority.
and it was dry.
2008.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
It's an active warrant.
Yes, before this, I got granted parole for my period case. They put a detainer. Puerto Rico said they don't want to come get me. They released me on parole, which I went to the halfway house. It's standing order in Puerto Rico. It's a standing order for possession of a firearm in Puerto Rico. It's no assault or no police officer, none of that. My period case before this one in Connecticut was assault first, which I completed and I was granted parole. And they brought that cases from Puerto Rico and I still got granted parole after that. And I completed my parole and I'm here now in front of you for what happened, you know.
You also had a burglary in Puerto Rico?
Nah, I don't have no burglary. That gotta be mistaken. I only got sentenced 1 year, 6 months after 6 months, sentence in absence in Puerto Rico. That's it. That's all I got.
In 2012, for your parole, your last supervised parole was an assault 1.
In 2011, I came in for assault first in Connecticut and went home in 2022.
Carrying a pistol without a permit.
Yes, and conspiracy, yes, sir.
So what's the thing with pistols with you?
Well, back then I was a young kid, you know, I was playing the streets at that moment, you know, I'm not gonna lie. I wanted to be a gangster and, things went wrong. I shot somebody, you know, and I did my time for it, which I really did regret it because I don't have no family in Connecticut. It hit me really hard. Like right now, I don't have no family either. You know, I'm away from my family for 20 years. So I went home on parole from that case and I was trying my best. Mr. Rodriguez, believe me, I was trying my best. But this happened, you know, I didn't have no guns. Excuse me.
I don't know how these things happen to you when you don't have any, anything going on, which I don't understand. But let's go ahead and talk about some of your programming, because you have taken some programs, and that's a positive thing. You don't have any DRs
Yes.
now for this incarceration, but you know, which is also a good thing, positive thing.
Yes.
Tell me a little bit about what your programming is, what you've done in terms of your anger management, since a lot of your stuff relates to your anger.
Yeah, I took anger management with Mr. Fitzgerald, and I learned, you know, different ways to canalize, you know, my anger, you know, turn it to a positive thing. You know, I learned that I can use my anger to do positive things with something I didn't know, you know, that I can think better and analyze before I react, you know, and it was a real good program with Mr. Fitzgerald. I learned a couple of things, you know, which helped me every day, you know.
You got an excellent rating. You got an excellent evaluation in that class.
Yes. I was participating. I learned a lot of things that I really didn't know before, you know, and it's helping me every day. I apply it to my daily basis, which that's what I'm doing every day, trying to stay away from problems in this environment and trying to, you know, to do the best I can do to change.
You realize that you're on the Deadly Weapons Offender Registry. You will.
Yes, the judge told me that I got arrested.
Tell me a little bit about your involvement with Tier 2.
Tier 2, I got it prior my last sentence and this one, you know, and it teaches me a lot about addiction, you know, which I don't suffer too much from addiction because the most I do maybe drink and smoke weed, you know, I never did no hard drugs, but it helped me to understand, you know, the life of an addict and the life of a drug dealer and the life of the family that is affected by it, you know, and we now I not only see like if I'm out there, oh, you sell drugs, you just make money and that's it. I see that it's family behind the suffer. I see a person that is become addicted to a drug and destroys life, you know, and I'm trying, you know, to help people out there because I did CCAR 2, I didn't mention it, but I did CCAR 2 in my last sentence, in my last bit, and I completed a recovery coach, and I went to Bridgeport Center. I did 185 hours of volunteer work with Ms. Liz in Bridgeport Center, and she teach me a lot, you know. Then I moved after that. When I was completed with that, I moved to Hartford with my girlfriend, and then since then I was working and staying away from everything, drugs and everything. But Tier 2, really,
and then this happened. And then this happened.
Yeah, and this happened. Yeah, after 2 years, almost 2 years after. Almost 2 years after.
Your support in CCAR didn't help.
Yes. My support CCAR every day send me a text message. I got my sponsor. To this day, I talk to my sponsor, you know, and it helps. You know, I do I do the sponsoring too because I'm a recovery coach. I was about to get a job on it. I was working on it. I was doing some classes before, you know, I took the job, but this happened, you know, this wasn't planned. This wasn't on the plan, you know, and it backed me up. It backed me up.
You know what? But you know what? Life happens, right?
Yeah.
And these things come up. And I want to be able to feel comfortable that you're prepared when life happens for you again.
Yes, I think about that every single day. I think about that.
But I want to be honest with you. I'm concerned that I'm concerned that you're not there.
Yeah. No, I'm there. Well, I'm not perfect. You know, I'm not gonna say I'm perfect, but every single day I go back to that night and I research everything, and I'm like, I ain't supposed to be here. You know, I'm like, this is not me.
No, you are supposed to be there because you were involved in a crime. You are.
Yes, you know, like a crime that I didn't start it. You know, that's what really, you know. Sometimes I'm thinking like life is not, you know.
But you didn't walk away. You didn't walk away. You didn't do it.
It was hard for me.
When you were in your last bid, did you do programs?
Yes, sir, I did.
What programs did you do your last bid?
But I think about it, you know, but I'm on the 3rd floor. I only got one door. Where am I gonna go? You know, my girlfriend is there in danger. I'm in danger. You know, I'm nervous at the moment. You know, it's a situation that is pretty hard, you know.
It's not what's going to happen. What's going to happen when you run into that really hard situation on the outside again?
Well, now I'm going to call the cops. I'm going to call the cops. You know, at the moment, I know I could do a citizen arrest. I didn't know the citizen arrest existed. If I would have known, I would have retained them and called the cops. You know, it's things that I don't know, but I'm gonna try my best.
Mr. Ortiz, thank you for answering my question. Hey, listen, I wish you the best of luck, Mr. Ortiz.
Thank you.
Stay connected to C-CAR. Stay connected to C-CAR. Keep doing the things that you're doing, so you can make sure that you learn ways that you can, find ways to get out of these things without committing to any kind of violence or fighting.
And I would like to get, I was talking to my girlfriend, and we're gonna arrange if I go home, so I can get psychological help, and find the help that I need. I'm open to all the options.
All right. I didn't ask you about your release plan, but I'm sure one of my colleagues will. Thank you so much.
Ms. Keith?
Thank you. So I don't want to go on too much about it, but with this offense, you've said that you didn't know the person, you were in your home, but you've been with your girlfriend, you say, for 20 years, since you were teens in Puerto Rico. But this was her legal husband, someone she had dated.
That's the one that wrote the affidavit saying that he was playing cards. He was playing cards with me. That's not the person.
That's not the one
No, he's the one who ran out of the house, and he wrote an affidavit. He bring it to my lawyer voluntarily, and they brought him to court.
You're saying that, you're saying this is not the person you got in an altercation with?
No, that's not him.
Because the report from the witness was that you had been drinking all day. Everybody was partying, like you said, having a good time with each other, drinking all day, and you were singing karaoke, and you were saying a derogatory term related to basically.
Yeah, that's what the witness Morales says, but she wasn't even there. She wasn't in the room the whole time. But it wasn't with him. He was playing cards with me in the table. He wrote, after all this report got writing, he came to court. He gave an affidavit voluntarily, and he explained this, the prosecutor. That's why they dropped all the shootings and all the charges, and they only, tried to.
Okay, and sometimes, without saying names, your girlfriend, I know you said you want to sponsor either your long-term girlfriend or your brother. Have you been arrested with your girlfriend in a prior case? Because I believe I saw that.
With Jennifer?
Well, yeah, but you don't.
Without saying names,
yeah.
My bad. I apologize. Okay. Arrested. I don't understand the question. You can say it again. Arrested.
You've been arrested together. Were you two engaged in a potential crime where you were both arrested?
No.
Okay.
We never got arrested.
Was your girlfriend's brother your co-defendant in the 2 counts of assault 1 conviction?
Yes.
Okay.
Her little brother, yeah.
Okay. Because there are a lot of reasons why people may later then sign an affidavit to support somebody if, yeah. Okay. You denied substance abuse, but in your PSI, you did admit that when you do drink, you said you don't drink often, you don't really have a problem, but when you do drink, it's hard liquor and excess, you drink a lot, and that your personality changes, you get very loud. And the witness did say you were drinking that night, as everybody, it was a get together.
Yeah.
Do you think that contributed to your judgment then?
Yes, alcohol, it clouded my judgment. It did a little, yeah.
And I think it can cloud a lot of our judgment. And then if there's an altercation, things are good. It's good when things are good, or can be, but if things go wrong, you're not.
Everything changed from happy, singing karaoke, happy to total chaos.
Yeah, okay. And I don't want to get into, any diagnoses or anything like that, but, a lot of people take medication. I did read that you're currently taking medication, but you didn't always take it. Were you taking the medication at the time of this?
No, I stopped taking my medication, yeah.
Do you feel good now?
Yes, now I take my medication and yes, I feel better, yeah.
Okay. What would be your plans? I know you said you don't have a substance problem, but do you plan on using anything? Do you plan on engaging with any community groups?
Yes, I would like to engage with C-CAR again. Okay. And I really want to go for the recovery coach. I want to help others, Before, when I was young, I used to sell them drugs. Now I want to help them stop from buying drugs, because, I see the dark side and I see the good side. So I'm just trying to make my best, I really don't want that lifestyle no more. I really don't like that lifestyle no more.
That's good. And yeah, I do see you did complete, anger management, but also tier 2 and also did become a CCAR recovery coach. So it's good. You are connected or have been connected with them. So that's good. Okay. I think I'm all set with my questions. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Thank you.
So Mr. Ortiz, just give us a few minutes to discuss your case and please don't interrupt. Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My challenge is just the convoluted story in this whole situation. Sure, what quite happened. I mean, the reality is Mr. Ortiz has taken programming, taken tier 2, he's taken anger management, he got an excellent evaluation in his anger management. He's connected to CCAR, which is a very positive thing. But there's a seriousness to this offense that really concerns me, and there's no real clarity. He's obviously not with the version that we're familiar with, which is that in fact he was the person that the officer shot at, that in fact he was shot at Mr. Muriel. And Mr. Muriel collapsed in the street, from what we understand. So that story, that kind of story just doesn't jive with me.
I would add to that, Mr. Rodriguez, that he had a prior gun conviction in 2012.
Right, but then assault 1 where he shot.
Yeah, so here we are. And, for all intents and purposes, scenario's the same. And it's just concerning to me that he persists in the unlawful possession of guns and is willing to discharge them in other human beings.
I believe that at some point just now he is at least moving in a positive direction, seems to be moving in a positive direction, involved with CCAR and taking the programs that he's taken, but I'm just concerned about public safety in this particular moment, and I'm not really in favor of his discretionary parole today. I mean, hear what my colleagues have to say. There's a convincing evidence that that would change my mind. I've got to look at that, and I don't want to take away from what he's done. He's done some things, and I hope that he continues to do those things. But between the criminal history that we've looked at, previous assault 1, and this now, just for me, it's a little bit too much.
Ms. Keys.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm on the fence with Mr. Ortiz as well. The current offense and the prior are similar and concerning. I did read that it may be questionable whether he actually shot the gun, but it did sound as though he maybe didn't initiate it, but it was presented.
There was definitely a fight.
Yeah, it was definitely a fight, and it just escalated. And it may be that the other person brought the weapon. I don't know. But either way, the fact that there was a firearm and there was a fight is concerning. He does score low likelihood to recidivate. He has no DRs.
There are some positive things related to
Yeah, completed relevant programming, has a sponsor. I would think he should go to his brother over the girlfriend, just because it seems though, with her brother being, one of the witnesses was the sister-in-law, and it just seems like there's a lot of connections there that maybe would not be in his best interest. And then the brother also may be able to offer work. I love it, the connection to CCAR, but he was only home 2 years, which 2 years is a decent amount of time, but he was only home 2 years from shooting very intentionally chasing someone down with his co-defendant and intentionally shooting at someone and shooting the person to then having this crime.
And he was in CCAR before this offense. I mean, he was already kind of doing recovery for this offense.
I think he's demonstrated the start of some insight. He did share, I don't want to get into it in detail, but he did share some personal things that I think are really important. And I think it'd be wonderful for him to be able to further explore that. And, I think he's at the start maybe of some real personal change that could really help him to live the life he wants to live. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't feel like I should publicly support a grant in this case. The repeated acts of violence against others with firearms, it's just too much. He did say that he felt his sentence was fair. It was 4 years. And this would ostensibly take a year and a half, a little more than a year and a half off of that. And I'm not prepared to do that.
There's really no sense of bringing him back because of what's he going to take. I mean, so he's taken. I mean, I guess there's some things he could do.
I wouldn't put another panel in that position.
Yeah.
Nature and circumstance, offense on probation, criminal history.
Oh, man, please. God. I will go through a halfway house.
Conditions for special parole, no alcohol, behavior management for domestic violence, mental health evaluation and treatment, and no contact with victim JM. This was a romantic rival situation. And anything for emotional regulation.
Mental health evaluation issue. I just have it as well.
Anything to add?
It's mental health. Yeah.
Okay. So in the matter of Louise Ortiz, inmate number 376547, there is a motion to deny parole for the following reasons. The criminal history, the nature and circumstances of your current offense, and your offense being committed while on probation. I further move to set the following conditions for your 2 years of special parole supervision. No consumption of alcoholic beverages, mental health evaluation and treatment is deemed necessary, behavior management for domestic violence, and no contact with the victim, JM. Do I have a second? All in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Parole is denied. We wish you much success, Mr. Ortiz. You'll go out end of sentence to 2 years of special parole and 5 years on the deadly weapon offender registry.
So I gotta just finish the whole time I gotta live?
Yes, sir.
Unless they approve you for a halfway house.
Well, you got halfway house approval in October.
Wow. I know
You
I
might
got
approve for
a
halfway
bad
house in October.
I know.
Just keep
Yes.
doing the positive things you're doing.
Go ahead and
Yes.
talk.
I've been 2 years already. It's been 2 years,
It's a 4-year
incarcerated.
sentence, sir.
Yeah.
It's a 4-year sentence.
Yes, I know it's a 4-year sentence, but my criminal history, which I already got granted parole before, taken into consideration today.
And
which-
here you are back on another.
Yes, but I didn't initiate this. This came to my house. I know that I'm supposed to react differently, but I was on the third floor. I gotta fight for my life. I didn't bring the gun to my house. I didn't decide to shoot nobody. I was doing my
Do you
best.
understand how guilty
I
it
don't
makes
wanna
you
go-
look that you put the
I
gun on the roof?
understand
Okay, we're done.
your concern for me going out there, maybe,
Go ahead, Officer
shoot
Rose.
somebody.
We
which
believe
is-
you shot at 2 people. We believe you shot at 3 people in the last 13 years. The record shows.
Go
So
ahead,
that means you're done.
Officer Ortiz.
Mr. Ortiz, they already did their decision on the record, so we have to
Alright.
just finish, okay? So this concludes the hearing for Louis Ortiz.
Thank you. God bless you. God bless you. They denied everybody, man. They denied me for my criminal history.
All right.
I'm gonna send in Mr. Rosado.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Torres. Today is Friday, April 10th, 2026, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning by stating their views on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner.
Eileen Keys.
Councilmember Rodriguez, good morning still.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Mark Rosado, 371153.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Mark Rosado, number 371153. He is serving a sentence of 10 years flat for 2 counts of possession with intent to sell narcotics, possession of a controlled substance, assault second with a motor vehicle, illegal operating of a motor vehicle under the influence of alcohol or drugs, 2 counts of violation of probation with the underlying offenses of kidnapping second and sale of narcotics or hallucinogens. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of August 22nd, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the NUTOS program since his last hearing. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk NUTOS program none since his last hearing. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system. The offender's overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Morning, I should be grand parole. I'm a little nervous right now. Last time I came here was about 7 months ago. When I came last time, I don't think I was ready and had a plan to get parole at the time. This time, I got a plan this time of if granted parole, you know what I mean? I got a plan to go home and do some vocational things like construction or something like that. I looked into it. I also applied for the vocational vocational programs in the facility, which I'm on the waiting list for. I've been on the waiting list for a while for it. So I know they had gave me like a pamphlet of this program called the Best Chance Program out of Hartford, based out of Hartford area. So I know they do things like they help you get certificates for like construction, forklift license, flagging, and stuff like that.
Mr. Rosado,
Yes.
so you've been before the board before. You know what we're looking for is information about your efforts while incarcerated to change that would make you appropriate to be out in the community on discretionary parole. And I'm glad that you have some ideas of how you're going to spend your time when you're out, but I need to hear about how you've spent your time, especially since your prior hearing, which I did listen to.
So I spent my time was trying to reflect on myself and my life and how to better it. You know, obviously I've been doing this, you know, it's not, you know, not to brag about it, but I've been coming in and out of jail for a long time.
Oh yeah, since 2011.
Yeah, and, you know, I was young then, you know, and as I'm getting older now, you know what I mean? It's like, it's gotta be time. This is it. I can't keep doing this. You know what I mean? I'm 33. You know, I'm about to be 34 at the end of the year. And so far, you know, I'm not just trying to keep getting older, keep going back out there, keep doing the same thing and in and out of jail. So,
okay, so you aspire for something better for yourself. What have you done to prepare yourself to achieve that? You completed the New Thoughts program. Why don't you tell us what you got out of that program?
Yeah, the New Thoughts program, what I got out of that is like basically it works with how to think better for yourself and how to think before you react to things.
You know what the program's about? How did it help you?
It helped me by trying to think before I act and think about my future and not to go back to my old ways. And try to get, you know, to better understanding for myself. So.
All right, well, are you ready for us to ask you some questions like last time?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to start with Ms. Keys, who was on your prior panel.
Yes. Hi.
Hey.
So as you heard and as you reflected, you were not granted last time, but we did want to bring you back so that you could further prepare yourself. You were engaged in Tier 2 at the time. We wanted you to finish that. We wanted you to, of course, not get any more DRs. And we wanted you to develop a release plan that incorporated how you'd remain sober so that you'd be, you know, better prepared. You'd be out there with a plan. I think plans don't always go as you plan, but we want you to at least have one. I've really thought about it. But since that time, you did not finish Tier 2, and you did get a DR for conspiracy to contraband A for arranging to have your girlfriend send K2 into the prison, and then you were accepting payments through payment apps, you and your girlfriend, for the drugs. So you started like a illegal drug trafficking and selling since you and I last spoke, sir.
Yeah, well, I know it sounds crazy, but that's not what happened. They came and got me like 3 times. They grabbed all my property one time and they moved me from one block to another block. They piss tested me 3 times. And they kept asking me what's going on. And I kept telling them, I don't know what's going on. You got the wrong person, whatever you're looking for. So the person that I requested some money from, we was gambling at the time. So on football. And they know that because they kept telling me, oh, well, I see on your tablet, on your messages, you keep putting tickets in. We should get some bets from you. I said, all right, I'll give you some bets, but this is what I've been doing. So I'm telling them, if he gets caught with contraband, how does that fall upon me? When I never get caught with contraband or whatever you're trying to tell me, you know, and that's what happened. We was gambling, and I'll take accountability for the gambling. You know, like I told them, I'm going to SAG either way. I'm gonna be in SAG. If I fight this ticket, I'm gonna lose. It's a lose-lose situation. So that's why I had to cop out to the ticket.
So were you accepting payments for the gambling? The gambling was this money exchange? Is that where the money came from?
Yes, from gambling.
All right, but so it's still, so it's according to you, it's not bringing illegal narcotics into the facility. And I'm just going by what you're saying at this point, but it's still this money transferring network thing that's not allowed, right?
It's not allowed. I understand that, but I'm thinking because I'm gambling, I'm not thinking otherwise of, okay, what happens if such and such, you know what I mean? But now I know that. So obviously I'm not doing gambling no more. So at least within the facility.
You did know before, right? You have been going in and out since 2011. You're not new to this, and I'm not trying to, you know, but, you know, I don't want to, not fair to kind of hope us to believe that you're naive to gambling and accepting payments and everything being against the rules, right?
Yeah, I know gambling and accepting payments for gambling is not part of the rules. I understand that. I know that. So that's why I tell you, like, I take accountability for that. That is wrong. I know I'm not supposed to be doing that.
What were the conversations with your girlfriend, the texts that the officers felt using code words and things? How did the officers end up determining that it was K2 coming to the facility?
Honestly, yeah, I can't tell you because there was no code words or not. It was just, I called her and I said, yo, can you request this money from the person that sent 200 yesterday? And she did. And then that's when they came and got me 4 days later for it. So I'm like, what happened? What's going on? And that's when they tell me, oh, you're doing this with K2 and blah, blah, blah. So it's like, and I told them I wasn't doing that with no K2. You came and got me 3 times. I don't got nothing.
It's a shame because your last hearing, you only had 1 DR for being out of place. And it was just going to shower twice, I guess.
Yeah.
So, and then you didn't complete tier 2, which we really wanted you to complete. Why don't you tell me first what happened? Why didn't you complete tier 2?
So at the time that I came to see her last time, I was still in tier 2.
Yeah.
But fortunately, I caught the ticket. So I wasn't able to complete it because of the ticket. But the lady, I thought the lady completed me because we only had, I think it was like a class or 2 left at the time. So before I caught the ticket, she said I completed it. So I had the paper and I lost it, like saying that I completed. So I believe she emailed the parole officer over here and told her that due to my DR, it wasn't completed. But over here, when I got here, I applied for the tier 4 program and I got the paper right here. I'm on the waiting list for it.
Yeah.
So I gotta wait for them to come see me to at least get into a program. It's the same thing with the vocational. So that's all I've been waiting for. It's not like I've been sitting here just doing nothing.
Well, so the note we have, according to DOC, because our office did follow up to try and find out, you know, exactly what happened. And we have, quote, he ended up not wanting to go to tier 2. Then he caught a DR. He never completed the paperwork for tier 2, hence the dropout status. So it's, according to them, you didn't want to go to tier 2 and that was before the DR.
But we only had 2 classes left. So I told the lady, I said, yo, if you could complete me for the last 2 classes. And then she said, okay. But then I ended up catching the ticket. So
why would you want to not go to the last, if you only had 2 classes left and this was, you were granted a rehear, why would you not want to do the last 2 classes? 2 classes.
No, I know. Honestly, I don't know. I just got lazy, I guess. But
yeah.
You know,
well, Mr. Rosado, our records indicate you would have completed tier 2 on 10/6 and you got the DR on 10/7.
Yeah.
So you stopped going to tier 2 before you even got this ticket. So anything else?
Yeah, I don't have any more questions. It sounds like it was still some impulsive behavior and things that are not serving you best. And so sorry for that, but it's seems to be where you're at right now, and I don't think it would be very healthy for you to bring you to the community right now, to be honest.
And I'd be concerned about the message it would send in the facility, that you can violate in every direction the recommendations of the board and still be recommended.
I'm the same place.
Okay. So inadequate program participation and evidence of offender change, poor institutional adjustment, and the offense committed on parole.
Exactly right.
All right. So in the matter of Mark Rosado, inmate number 371153, there's motion to deny parole for the following reasons. Your offenses were committed while you were on parole. Let the record reflect Mr. Rosado has left the hearing room before the board finished its motion. Inadequate program participation and evidence of offender change and poor institutional adjustment. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Parole is denied.
This concludes the hearing for Mark Rosado.
I need a break.
This is Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Wolfond, just give us one quick minute, okay?
All right.
Thank you.
Here.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Torres. Today is Friday, April 10th, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner.
Eileen Keys.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Tyrell Wolfong, 357769.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Tyrell Wolfond, number 357769. He is serving a sentence of 12 years, suspended after 54 months, followed by 3 years of probation for criminal possession of a pistol and possession of narcotics with intent to sell. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of August 27, 2025. There is no victim in this case. There is an offender accountability plan. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the Tier 2 and New Thoughts program since his last hearing and currently in the Pell program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the very high range of risk for a state. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I think I deserve parole. I did everything I got to do. I'm making better of my life. I'm striving. I did, like they said, I did my programs. I completed my C card. I'm in the Pell program. And I'm better than what I came in. I need to go out there. I got a son out there that's 6, that's begging for me to come home. I don't want him to see what I'm going through or even think that he could put this in his life and do the same thing that I could do. So I'm just trying to go out there and just be better, man. I'm working on everything I got to do. I got a plan. I'm doing my C card. I got to do 90 hours, but I'm looking to do about 120 so I could really learn and try to help the other people that's around me. I'm helping people getting their GED right now, and I always feel nervous now, but I don't know. Like I'm doing everything I'm supposed to do. Now I know I changed. I'm just waiting for the opportunity.
All right, you ready for us to ask some questions?
Yes, ma'am.
I did go back and listen to the hearing that you had with my other colleagues last April. And I'm wondering if you're in any different a place concerning your case.
I did what I did. I'm taking accountability for what happened. I'm just trying to put that in the past and use that as stepping stones. Try to use that as wisdom.
Okay. So you're not still crying that your lawyer sold you out?
Nah, I ain't doing that.
Okay, well, I'm asking
yeah.
because, you know, it was a real red flag for me when I was listening to the hearing and reading your prior documents. You said your lawyer didn't fight for you.
Yeah,
So are you taking your case back to court? Did you go back to court in March of last year?
nah, they moved it to October for some reason. I don't know why, but they
And
moved it to
what is
October.
the case?
The case is the gun case.
Right, what's your reason for going to court?
Because the gun wasn't even in my possession, or I had no fingerprints or DNA on it, or it wasn't even mine. It was in somebody else's car that I was in. So I was gonna fight for that, but I'm already doing my time. I'm just past that, to be honest with you.
Okay. I hope so, because you were blaming your cousin, right? It was his car?
Yeah,
So, if I had the facts right, you were on probation. You were driving a car without a license. And in the car, they found crack cocaine and a loaded handgun.
yes, ma'am.
Got all that right? Okay. So you had a daily marijuana habit, is that correct?
Yeah, I got my card.
You have a medical marijuana card, so you plan to
Yeah.
go out and resume use
Yeah,
of
I just
marijuana?
I just got to renew it.
Uh-huh. Why do you need it?
My PTSD and for my pain. I'm paraplegic, so when I be smoking some of the weed, it be helping me with my pain. I'm working on trying
Well,
to
you know,
walk
you don't
again.
have to smoke it, you know, because then you're creating other problems for yourself with the health of your lungs. You know, mouth cancers come from things like that. So there are other alternatives to, you know, getting high on pot every day, right?
Yeah.
Have you given that any thought? I mean, there are other
Yeah, so-
approaches to pain management through practices like meditation and
Yeah, I never tried meditation and stuff like that. But they had me on all types of medications, and the medications wasn't working. So this wasn't, it
well,
wasn't.
but that was a different time in your life. And, you know, if you were using marijuana every day, it could have interfered with the medications actually helping you.
This wasn't all me to go this route. My doctor even said that I should try it. He didn't say I should try it.
Try it, but, you know, does that mean at 34 you're going to be on it for the rest of your life?
Nah, no, ma'am.
Okay, well then you have to have a plan before you pick up again.
Yeah, I've been there for 2.5 years and I haven't used it yet, so.
Right,
For
that's
something
what I'm
else is-
saying.
Yeah,
That's
so
what I'm
something
saying.
else is
So
working.
just because you can doesn't mean you should, right?
Yeah,
You know,
nah, right.
and you know, you want to, it's especially critical living in the chair that you take as good care of yourself as you can.
Yeah,
So, you know, not to mention the fact that you sound motivated. I read you want to get a CDL. You're, you know, pursuing higher education.
yeah,
The impact of the marijuana is that it just takes you off course. You know, it zaps your drive and it's just a distraction from your goals.
yes, ma'am.
You know, I'm not lecturing you, although I'm sure it sounds like it. I'm just concerned for you because,
Nah, I
you know,
understand.
figure out whether you need it before you just resume. And then
Yeah,
think
I've
about
been-
the best ways for you to be on medical marijuana for pain management, work with a doctor and a professional in that field before you just,
Yeah, I've been off it for 2.5
to the
years, so I really think I don't need it. 'Cause I've been off it for 2.5 years, and I've been doing good.
so how's your mental health? I understand, without going into a lot of detail, you know, that you're also have been addressing that during this period of incarceration, which is great.
Yes, my mental health good. It's
Are
getting
you gonna
better.
plan to continue those supports out in the community?
Yes, ma'am, and I'm already off the medication, so I've been doing better with my mental health.
Okay. Well, you know, your mental health provider should know if you're using medical marijuana for pain management, because if they prescribe anything for you, it could impact, you know, the effectiveness of the medication for you being on marijuana. So I want to recognize that you haven't had any DRs this incarceration. So good job. So what are your Pell studies? What are you?
I'm in business. I'm in business right now. My first test I got 89. My second I got 96. So
Congratulations.
thank you.
Really good.
Keep that up. So you're back on the registry.
Yeah.
That's a 5-year obligation that you have. You know, there are certain things that concern me, Mr. Wolfong. And I'm frankly a little bit surprised that you got a rehear from the prior panel. You scored very high for your risk to reoffend. So that's one. You know, usually as people get older, we don't see that as, it usually drops down to a moderate score or something like that. You've really struggled on supervision in the past. When you were on parole in 2021, you got a new conviction. You were on probation this time when you got stopped in your car. So this is your third gun conviction. So you do understand, and I know you were told by prior panel members that you need to be done with firearms.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're only going to see your sentences getting longer and the more times you get caught with the firearm. So you're going to have to be really vigilant for yourself in your decision making, the people you hang around with, the cars that you get in.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
know, because, you know, other people doing the wrong thing can blow back on you. And it just so happened that there wasn't anybody else in the car to blame at the time. So, you know, you tell us that your cousin owned the car and it was his. So, what did you learn that was helpful from either Tier 2 or New Thoughts that you're going to use when you're back in the community?
I learned from Tier 2 about all the drugs that's really consumed me all my life, and what things that I did to go back to the drugs, all the habits I had, and all the habits that I needed to get away. Like you said, from my friends, from the neighborhood, just being around all the negativity, and from New Thoughts, and just basically new things like school, C-card, just learning new stuff. And really wanted to do it though, really wanted to do it.
You seem like someone to me, Mr. Wilfong, who has tremendous potential. You know, you just have to keep your focus and keep your eye on your goals. But I don't doubt that you will achieve them if you cut out the nonsense and the noise. So this went down in New Haven. And you're looking for a halfway house again in New Haven. Is that really your best choice?
No, I really won't go to Norwich, miss.
Okay, well, New Haven was your first choice when you talked to the parole officer.
Yeah,
That's why I'm bringing it up.
Yeah, no, I won't go there. I won't go to nowhere. Be closer to my son.
Okay. Well, I hope you'll be successful doing that. You know, just be aware if it ends up that you're back in New Haven, you'll be watched very closely, not just because you're on the registry, but because you're well known. Your criminal history started in 2009 with you selling drugs. Then you had a weapon in a motor vehicle without a pistol permit. You went on to have another pistol permit on a robbery first. You know, it's just time to do something different.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. And you're young enough that you know, you have a bright future ahead of you. And your son will thrive in that future with you if you keep your focus. Have you ever done a parenting program?
No, ma'am.
There are a lot of nonprofits out in the state, across the state, that run fatherhood programs.
All right.
And I really encourage you to give that some thought, because you've been gone for a while now from your son's life. I'm assuming he doesn't know where you are because he's pretty young.
No.
Okay. He's going to have some intense feelings about you being gone, and you're going to have to be in a place where you can accept those feelings and help him work through them, right? He's going to be very fearful that you're going to leave again, you know, and he needs you in his life, not smelling like a joint.
Yes,
You know?
ma'am.
Yeah, that's the other thing.
Yes.
Yeah, I talked to guys who smoke, you know, 7 blunts a day, and their kids must think that that's their cologne, the scent of their cologne. You know, I mean, it's something to think about.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I really do wish you much success. I think CCAR is a great connection for you to make. Remember that Pearl has access to programs and services to help you, and among those is some job training. And the reentry centers around the state work with employers that are willing to hire people with a criminal record. And I'm sure that they are used to helping individuals such as yourself who are wheelchair bound. So don't give up on yourself. Get connected to the right programs in the community that'll support you in achieving your goals. I wish you much success.
All right. Thank you.
Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, Mr. Wilfon, you're definitely a different person than what I've heard when I reviewed your hearing as well. And that's a very positive thing. I agree with my colleague. I think there's a lot of potential with you. I'm glad you've taken the programs. I'm glad you remained disciplinary report free, which are all the things that were expected of you from the last panel. It seems to me that you really, you know, at least heard what they had to say and followed through on what they suggested and recommended at that particular point. I'm glad to see. I don't have a lot of questions. I think my colleague covered a lot of ground. I wish you a lot of luck, though.
All right.
Ms. Keys?
Hey, Madam Chair. I don't have any questions. I just want to quickly say the fatherhood group may also be a nice way of making new friends with guys who are trying to do the same thing. Most of them are single guys. Some of them have come out of addiction or have come out of prison, and but they are committed to being good dads. And so it might also just be a nice network of finding some good people so you can still have fun and still, you know, have friends, but stay sober. And then, yeah, just to follow up with my colleague real quick with the marijuana smell, you reminded me of kids show up to school all the time reeking of marijuana. Little kids, I mean, elementary, first grade or second grade, it's because their parents are smoking around them, and that's not, you don't want your son to be that kid. But anyway, best of luck. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Wilfong, give us just a minute. So as you all know, Mr. Wilfong was heard a year ago by the board and given today as a new hearing date. And in the interim, he's remained DR-free and completed Tier 2 and no thoughts. And he's also involved himself in the Pell program. And he's connected with CCAR and has aspirations to continue doing that. We are looking at 1.5 years of discretionary parole approximately before he begins 3 years of probation. And I would be in favor of a discretionary parole grant today.
That's what I'm not sure.
Okay, so I have a halfway house, mental health evaluation and treatment is deemed necessary, and no driving without PO's permission. Anything to add? Okay, so in the matter of Tyrell Wilfong, inmate number 357769, there is motion to grant parole on or after today's date of April 10th, 2026, with the following conditions for your supervision. Halfway house placement. Mental health evaluation and treatment is deemed necessary, and no driving without your PO's permission. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Parole is granted. Congratulations, Mr. Wilfong. Go out and do good things.
Thank you.
It won't be today, but they'll work on the halfway house placement for you, and hopefully it'll be Norwich.
Right, thank you very much.
This concludes the hearing for Tyrell Wilfong.
And does Wilfong need he's going in lot 2. He needs an escalator. Huh? Coach, come on. I saw the video. Hold on. All right. Oh, sorry.
Morning.
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Torres. Today is Friday, April 10th, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. All the board members are present this afternoon, and by stating your names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner.
Elaine Keys.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Nehemiah Coates, 421687.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Nehemiah Coates, number 421687. He's serving a sentence of 4 years flat for 3 counts of larceny of a motor vehicle, larceny first, violation of probation with underlying larceny second, and burglary third. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of June 27th, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan, and it has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed tier 2. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within a very high range of risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I think I should be granted parole because I've been down for 3 years, and like I take accountability for what I played my part in my case, and I'm sorry, I get a little nervous. I feel like
You don't really have a leg to stand on, do you, Mr. Coates?
I understand. I played in my case, and I understand the inconvenience I caused for the victim in my case, and I understand the inconvenience I caused for myself. I still want so much opportunities. And I feel like I've changed within this 3 years. Last year, when I seen you guys, I couldn't figure out what my problem was. My problem is I was prideful. I didn't like to ask for help. I didn't like to seek for help. I feel like if you guys let me out, I'm like, I feel like if you guys let me out, I want to use you guys' resources to help myself be better for myself, community, and my family.
Okay. Thank you for that statement, Mr. Coates. I was on your hearing last year. And I couldn't be more disappointed. 5 DRs, one a week ago today. Why?
Are you talking about the last DR ticket?
I'm talking about the 5 that you got since your last hearing, including the one you got just last week for contraband.
Well, I take full accountability for all the tickets I caught last year, but this recent ticket, my cellmate, it was really his. He didn't take it. I was gonna fight the ticket, but I just didn't want to sit and say. The 7 years.
You know, you have a prior contraband and a conspiracy to contraband, you know, since your last hearing. So I don't really think it matters if you're disputing the one from last week. You know, so we're going to ask questions of you. We're going to begin with my colleague, Mr. Rodriguez.
And I guess you know right where I'm at. I mean, I hear you're sharing your sadness and all of this, but you know, when you're given a rehear, you're given an opportunity to come back when you probably shouldn't even get an opportunity to begin with, because they found that there was a reason not to let you go at that particular point. So they wanted to see what you would do in that amount of time to kind of grow and do better, you know, take programs. You didn't take any additional programs. And you got 5 tickets. So I'm not even sure what questions I would even ask you, because you know, your responses are going to be basically the same as the last time you were interviewed. So, I mean, if you want to share something that you think you've learned.
In tier 2, I learned to take accountability. I learned that family matters, and to just gotta focus on what matters. Anything that doesn't is just, you're just doing anything. It gave me a sense of community. Like I gotta want for myself and look for the help from my community, and that there's people out there that's willing to help you. That
doesn't tell me what you really got from anything. Although, you know, and I'm glad to hear that you know that there's a community. You know, there's a community out there to help you. But I mean, I have to tell you, I'm just, you know, we give people opportunities. Probably at times that, you know, we should maybe not give them to them because they don't do what they need to be doing. In your case, you were given a chance to really come back to us and tell us all the wonderful things you could have been doing at this point. And instead, we're looking at 5 DRs.
I understand.
Just the opposite. And, you know, you're a young man, and you're still a young man, you know, with your life ahead of you. And now, I mean, where do we go with it? It creates a challenge for us.
Yeah, I understand.
So I don't really have a lot of questions for you, Coates. I wish you the best of luck, sir.
Thank you.
I'm trying to
I'm just struggling with, and I'm gonna kick it to you, but you know, in July, you got found in possession of a makeshift pipe, and then you get the exact same DR in November, and that November DR You would have been in tier 2 at the time because you completed tier 2 in December. And you had an overdose in your cell. In
Nah,
4 days that you were shaking and unresponsive in your cell. That wasn't an overdose?
this was in July.
July 7th, 4:10 in the afternoon, they called a code white.
Yeah, nah, what happened was I had ate, they had gave me some raw chicken. I ate it and I had a stomach ache and I threw up. And I had asked the CO constantly if I could get medical attention. They wouldn't give me medical attention. My stomach fell to the point where I couldn't breathe. I threw up all over the floor. I couldn't move, none of that. Then they sent me to medical. They called the code white, sent me to medical. In the makeshift pipe, if you really read the CO that signed the ticket, in November, he was the same officer. I was being targeted. The same CO.
Why do you sit here, Mr. Coates, and tell us you take full accountability and then spew this kind of stuff that you're the target of a CO who doesn't like you? I'm going to tell you that the DR says medical staff stated there was no medical issue with inmate Coates. If you had food poisoning from undercooked chicken, I think there might have been something to it. But the pipes aside, the conspiracy to bring K2 into the prison, was this your get-rich-quick scheme? You're going to make a sum of bread off of, and I'm not going to use the N-word you used. I want to be able to send bread home to you.
That's what I was talking about. Take full accountability for. I should have, because I forgot all about the pipe and all that. I should have really broke it down. But I take full accountability for that ticket.
I don't know what you mean by broke it down. We have the details. You're asking your girlfriend who you want to sponsor to get you to convey K2 into the prison. And you know, the thing is, you sat in tier 2 and you listened to other inmates who were struggling with lifelong addiction to different substances, right? You heard people addicted to heroin, crack, PCP, right?
Yes.
And you're willing not only to undermine their recovery efforts, but it's all for your own profit. So you can do there's no right way to do the wrong thing. Did I say that right?
Yeah.
You know, to send money home. Do you hear how you were actively poisoning the community there in the facility for your own financial gain? With no regard for the fact that you're listening to people who are suffering and struggling to achieve sobriety and recovery. And you just didn't give a damn because you saw a way to make money.
After I did the program, though, I understand my part. I played in that.
Good. Okay, that's some progress. Ms. Keys.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Looking at your history, it looks like it's mostly larcenies and burglaries. You did have a homelessness problem for a while, right?
Yeah. I've been homeless since I was 16.
Yeah. And so I think even one of the officers had noted, somewhere I read it, maybe one of the officers, that, you know, you were stealing cars and things for survival, to sleep in the car. That, do you think that is attributed a lot to your criminal activities?
Yes, me being on the streets. That's why I said I feel like if with you guys' help, if you guys let me help with you guys' resources, I can get back to being, or I could be a good civilian for my community, my family.
I believe you want that. I really do. And I believe you can do it. I do believe you can do it. I think you're turning, you're changing. you mentioning that you didn't used to ask for help. And I had read that too, and then you said it again today. And I think that's a huge thing. Some people we meet with here come to that when they're 60. They've been coming in and out since then, and they don't realize that asking for help is important and good and has been a weakness of theirs until they're much older than you. So I think it's really good that you realize that at this point. Have you experienced helping others and know how that feels?
Yeah. I try to help every day I could. With inmates in the block, anything I have, if somebody come and ask me for soups, I give what I have. I'll give my last, for real.
And that helps you feel good. It gives you kind of purpose. You feel good. It feels like you feel like a good person. And so I think allowing other people to help you and asking them for help is also doing something for them sometimes, because then they can help you. And I think they'd rather help you before you end up in here again. And then they know they were part of your success story. So I think thinking more about asking for help and knowing that it's not a selfish thing. It can be also for them too. They can be part of this success story. You haven't really had a legitimate job before, and I don't think you've been able to work in the facility, right? You're still on the wait list for that?
Yeah.
It's unfortunate. You signed up for vocational stuff to see if you can get into a vocational training?
Yeah, I should be on the waiting list for school, and I was supposed to start voicing sometime this month.
I think vocational training too, so, so that when you get released, if you could have a CDL or have anything that, even if it's not your dream job, something that you could then show and it could get you some legal income and get you started, and then you can always pursue other careers. But I think it'd be helpful for you if you could then have something like that. And then that's also part of your identity. You're not just someone who's been in prison. You're someone who is a CDL driver or a chef. I know you like to cook. It could be a culinary program. I mean, you're worthy fighting for. And I think I want you to keep fighting for yourself. I know you really want to get out. I know you're desperate to get out, and I get it. I just want to make sure that you're ready, because I don't want you coming back. And I think you're finally ready to ask for help, and I don't want you to feel like you do it, and then if it doesn't go well, then you're not going to do it again because it didn't go well and you feel bad. I want you to be as ready as possible. Let me just see if I have any.
I add to that.
Oh, okay.
So the position that you put us in, Mr. Coates, is, you need housing.
Yeah.
And parole can do that for you. But if we grant you discretionary parole with 5 new DRs, that spreads throughout the whole facility. And our word and our recommendations mean nothing. So, you might feel like we're letting you down, but you have us over a barrel. How are we going to grant you with 5 new DRs? Even if it was only 4, it would be unacceptable. And let me remind you, in your conversation with the judge, you took a 4-year sentence so you would not be on probation. You opted for this jail time. And now you sit here asking for your release to supervision, and you have failed 6 times at supervision in the past. Again, it doesn't give us much to work with. I know that you are in the process of changing, and I encourage that and embrace that. But this is a situation that you have created and tied our hands in helping you. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand. I understand you guys in this center.
And
Yeah, it's a real challenge for us because nobody wants to see you here in this particular situation.
I understand.
I hope that you really consider doing what you can with whatever time you have left, as my colleague said, to get in a vocational program, to do some programming that will give you something so that when you come out, you can be much more prepared. And you don't find yourself in this spot because we don't want to see you there. You're 24 years old.
a lot of people start by volunteering in cleaning the showers and other jobs there in the facility to get their foot in to get a job. And you have potentially a year of being able to work there and sock away a little bit of money. You had your prior hearing, you wanted to parole to your brother's house, right, in Fairhaven?
Yeah.
Is he still an option for you, so you won't be homeless?
Nah, what I was gonna do, I was gonna ask you guys if you guys could put me into a halfway house so I can get started, like, get my, like, so I can get started for real. Like, the last time I
We understand that, but, you know, like I just told you, DOC is willing to entertain you 6 months before your end of sentence for a halfway house. And right now, sir, that's your best bet. So clean up your behavior and use the time to do some programming and volunteer until you can get a job.
The only other thing I was going to say was just thinking about work and vocation, that fast money is tempting and it's exciting and you can feel desperate. But if you even get just any job and just slowly earn, then at the end you'll end up with more money than if you do fast money and you end up back in prison. And then you come back, by the end, you'll end up having more money. Start out with something legal, even if it's, the lowest paying, whatever, just, I don't want to see you come back here. What else was I going to say? And then, we looked at, your background. I know my colleague, and she's right. She said, it's your actions that got you here, and she's right. But I do want to acknowledge that you've had a difficult childhood. You've been handed situations that were not your fault at all, and that definitely made things difficult for you. And I am sorry for that. So you are trying to create a life for yourself without much of the support that some other people have had. I'm glad you found some support in your brothers and your mom, and I'm hoping that that can continue. But I just want to acknowledge that, you have been handed a difficult hand, but I think you're really on the right path. I think you're gonna do well. You have the passion, you have the heart, know that you're worth it. And I'm sorry I'm giving a little speech, but I want to help you. It is just hard. I really, really want to help you, especially as my colleague said with the halfway house and everything and programs. But to her point, with this number of DRs, if we do, it makes us, it's really difficult. It's really hard. So breaking my heart a little, but I want you to do well. I want you to use this time. Please try vocational, anything you can try and get into, volunteering. If officers and counselors see you trying to help others and doing things, and is there anything you can do to help out? And, they might help you out a little more too. All right. I want you to do well. Best of luck, sir.
Yeah. Thank you guys for your time.
We're not done yet, but.
Mr. Coates, in terms of, you were looking at New Haven for a halfway house if you were granted one. You don't have to be in a halfway house to go to the reentry centers around the state. You can be living with family members, you can be staying in a homeless shelter, and you can still get help through the reentry centers. And that's your best bet for vocational training, for schooling, and they work with employers who are willing to hire people with criminal histories. So don't go to a temp agency, go to a reentry center. They're there to help. I mean, that's why they're all over the state, because, they want to support you turning your life around. And, like what my colleague was saying about asking for help, it's not a sign of weakness. It's actually a sign of strength.
Yes.
Because none of us have to go it alone.
Yeah.
That was my problem. I used to think it was weak to ask for help.
Yeah. But you know differently now, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, sir. Hang in there for, I guess it'll be in the fall that DOC will consider you for a halfway house. And I hope
Too far away.
Hope you'll be successful. Use that time in between.
Good luck, sir.
No more DRs though, because that's really going to undercut any halfway house placement. All right, so I'm going to use the reasons of offense on probation, or institutional adjustment, and the nature and circumstance.
Yeah.
Does that sound okay?
Yeah.
All right. Tell me how you pronounce your first name, sir.
Nehemiah.
Okay. So Nehemiah Coates, inmate number 421687. There's a motion to deny parole today for the following reasons. Your offenses were committed on probation, the nature and circumstances of your offenses, and your poor institutional adjustment. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. None of us is happy about this.
That was a sad second.
Man, but,
That was a sad second.
you know, I hope you've heard this today. We do care about you, sir. We wish you all the best.
Thank you.
This was the hearing for Nehemiah.
I have Wendell. And
Thank
then,
you.
and then the next guy,
Yeah,
from, like,
okay.
yeah. He's in SEG, and he also is, quarantined for the flu or something.
Yes, right? So Wendell
Yeah,
and
so
then.
it's gonna be a little while after him, after Wendell.
Diegas is quarantined?
Yes.
Nunez.
Oh, Nunez?
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, the shit, yeah.
He's still coming, but it's just gonna be a little while.
Okay.
All right, come on, Wendell. Mr. Wendell. The next guy is
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Torres. Today is Friday, April 10th, 2026, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this afternoon and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this.
Nancy Turner.
Aileen Keys.
Member Rodriguez.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
My name is Timothy John Wendell. My number is 434017.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Timothy Wendell, number 434017. He is serving a sentence of 6 years jail, followed by 4 years of special parole for arson third and larceny second. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of July 24th, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the Voices program. Utilizing the state by collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within a very high range of permissive income. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Hello, I'm kind of nervous. I've never really done this. If you could bear with me, please. The reason why I should believe I should be granted parole is because this time I truly understand what I did was really, really wrong. It wasn't right. And I know because my drug addiction and my mental health is very real and it's very serious. And I'm addressing that right now. And I'm going to continue to address when I get out. I'm on methadone and I decided to get on it after 17 months of being incarcerated because I was still struggling with my addiction. I know it's very serious for me and I know I have to stay very close to it so I know I don't ever use it again because I don't want to do it no more. I'm tired. I have a good support system, my mother, my brothers, my family. I have my higher power. And I know I can do this. I've done it before. I interstate compacted from New York to here with 3-year paroles. And I went to my mother's and I did it so well that I got off early. I did a year and I was able to submit early release and I didn't get one technical violation. So because of that, they honored me the early release from the parole. And then things went bad for me because I hurt my back at work. I got opiates in me. And then once the opiates got in me, it was off to the races and I wasn't taking my mental health meds. And I know that I have to take them now and I have to stay on them.
Because if I don't, I start self-medicating. And I don't want to do that no more, because once I start self-medicating, it's all off to the races. I don't want to do that no more. My mother will help me. We go to Interstate Communities right down the road from my mom's, and she goes there too for mental health, which is why I know it's real. And my mother's gonna make sure that we go every day. She's gonna make sure she's gonna be there with me and make sure that I'm a changed man this time. I truly am. If you give me one opportunity, I can prove it to you, please. That's all I ask, just one chance. That's all. I know what I did was wrong and I won't do it again. I promise. I'm so sorry. I hurt a lot of people and it could have been way worse. It could have been way, way worse, and I know that. And I know because it was all because of the stupid drugs. And I don't want that no more. I'm gonna stay on the methadone. I know I need it. I know it's a part of me, and I know I have to stay on it until I can truly get off of it and be really better with my life. I know I have to be on it, and I'm gonna stay on it. And I'm not gonna be one of these people that decide to get off it right before they leave. That does not make sense to a drug addict. I'm a needle addict. I was addicted to needles. When I was 19 years old, I was a heroin and crack cocaine addict. I don't want to do it no more. I'm tired.
I'm gonna stop you right there, Mr. Wendell, because we're getting a little far afield and you're getting very worked up. So I'm gonna ask you to sit and take a few deep breaths and center yourself so that we can proceed with the hearing, okay?
Thank you.
So what we're doing here today is making a decision about whether it's appropriate for you to finish the 6 years you have to serve out in the community on discretionary parole before you begin 4 years of special parole. And we have to make that decision based in the interests of public safety. All right, do you understand? This isn't whether we or not we like you or whether or not you're deserving. It's about weighing the risks to you reoffending and the crimes that make up your criminal history and your choices out in the community that put others at risk. So we're going to begin by asking you questions. After we're done with the questions, the three of us will discuss your situation and arrive at a decision.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Ms. Keys will begin the questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your opening statement. It was very helpful, and I appreciate your expressions of, acknowledging and remorse. And I know it may be hard to talk about it, but I do want to hear your perspective of what happened with your crime, with the arson offense.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Can you tell us what happened, what you're responsible for?
I was reckless. I went next door and got some gasoline in the bottle because we were supposed to clean it up, the building outside, and it was all because of drugs. The whole reason was because of drugs. My drugs and money got stolen from me, and then in assault with progress, they were trying to hurt me. And I was trying to save myself. I was stuck in a bathroom in the second floor with a female. We were getting high and I was stuck in there and they were trying to kill me. So I threw gasoline, but I didn't light the fire, but I'm taking responsibility for the actions of the fire. If I never brought that bottle inside, it would have never have happened. It was wrong for me to do that.
Okay, can I ask, so you said you got the bottle of gasoline because you guys were trying to clean. How were you going to use the gasoline for cleaning?
Because we were outside, we were cleaning the building. It was a building and they were cleaning the grounds outside. We was for cleaning the building. It was really for doing the lawn, and it was really to clean the building outside, the lawn area. We were trying to clean the building up because it was getting bad because the fragrance were around. It was too much garbage. It was getting bad. It didn't look good. It was next to a store that had a lot of kids going in and out of the store. So there was drug paraphernalia and stuff all over the floor. And we was just trying to clean it up. I was trying to clean the building up. That's all I was really doing. I was truly just trying to clean the building up.
Okay. Okay, and then you said there were people coming after you. Were there real people coming after you that you know?
Oh no, there was. There was people. Yeah, the girl that was in the bathroom said that the man hit her in the head with a pipe, the same lead pipe they hit me with, but he never got in trouble for it. She got 7 staples in her head. That wasn't because of me. She says it in her statement. That wasn't because of me. That was because of the man that was trying to hurt us. But he was able to write a statement against me. That's in there. She says it.
All right, and you said the pipe hit you too. So We
I had a
have
broken
been,
elbow. He broke my elbow. I had face contusions. That was from getting beat.
Mr. Wendell, I'm going to ask you to take a moment to get into a calmer place and answer just the questions that are asked of you instead of all this other detail you're throwing at us, okay?
so we had heard that witnesses had said, I'll burn this house to the ground with you in it. Are you saying, did you say that?
No, I did not say that. No, I did not say that.
And why were you stuck in the bathroom? Because there were people outside of it, you think?
Because we were getting high in the bathroom. We were getting high in the bathroom. This whole case was over drugs because they robbed drugs. That's all it was over. I was scared to go to trial. I didn't have a paid lawyer.
Yeah.
I didn't have a paid lawyer, so I was scared. That's all. Or I would have went to trial.
Yeah, I know, I understand. Okay, and then the larceny for the cashing stolen checks. What happened with that?
I was introduced, I was in a bad neighborhood in Hartford. I was introduced to some guys who asked me if I wanted to make some quick money. And then during my homelessness, drug addiction, because I lost everything, I decided to go cash some checks for this guy. He had my name on it, so I cashed checks, got some money, got me a hotel. I just kept doing it. I didn't. My whole problem is because of drugs. I understand that now.
Yeah, it's great you understand that. It's really nice. It was nice to hear in your opening statement your commitment to addressing your mental health and your sobriety and recognizing that those are the two most important things for you. And that's huge. That's a huge accomplishment that you're there now. That's wonderful.
Thank you.
So you were on the MAT program in the community, some sort of methadone or some sort of program like that in the community, but you also had talked about using crack cocaine and fentanyl daily. Were you using those three drugs while you were on the MAT program, or had you stopped the MAT program and that's what you're talking about in your opening?
Yeah, the reason why I got on it was to try to stop the drug addiction, because when you get on it, you can't just automatically stop. You have to raise the dose high enough to where you feel comfortable enough to where you don't. The more you get to the level, then the level of use goes down. And I was working on that. And I was working on it shows I was going down. My use was going down. It was going down.
So you were slowly increasing the MAT, but you're still using street level. And at some point you get to, okay.
That's one level's over the other.
Okay.
That's the reason for the program.
Yeah.
That's why I'm not going to get off it. Like one of these guys, I see all these guys leave. They didn't want to get off of that. I'm not meeting.
Yeah, I think it's good to know that. All right, and then, but you do have a DR. You have a couple of DRs, but some of them are relating to use. So you had an intoxication one in August last year. You were on the MAT program then, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, you were. So can you tell us what happened with that?
Yeah. It's hard to explain that. I tried to smoke some weed and it wasn't weed, man. Somebody gave me something that what it was, but it wasn't what it was. They told me they thought it was marijuana and it wasn't. And I slipped up and I made a mistake. And I learned from that mistake, and it wasn't what they said it was, and it almost killed me, and I would never touch another thing in here again. That was, I thought that's what it was, and it wasn't.
Yeah.
And I had a bad reaction to whatever it was, and I had to go to the hospital, and they saved my life, and I'm grateful for that.
Yeah.
I have not touched anything since. I get drug tests all the time. I get drug tests from the MAT all the time. Every month I take one, and then the facility gives them to me, and I pass every single one. Every single one.
I don't see another DR for intoxication or contraband relevant to you since that August 2025 one, so that's good. And hopefully you feel pretty stable on the methadone now in the MAT program?
Yes, ma'am.
That's good. You were in the facility-based domestic violence until March this year when you were removed. What happened? Why did you end up being removed?
The officer asked me to go into the shower so he could search my cell, and he started to take stuff out of my cell, and I called him a bunch of bad names. Called him a bunch of bad names that I should not have called him, but I didn't threaten that man. He wrote me for a threat ticket. The reason why I pled guilty to that is because I didn't want to sit in front of you in a red jumpsuit, so I can explain to you what happened. Because if I truly threatened that man, if you were a correction officer in a facility and someone threatened you to the point where you had to get him removed and write him up, would you want him in that same place, in that same unit? I sure wouldn't, but I am. And I talked to him. We apologized to each other the other day and everything. And we still keep going. I'm just in the same unit, in the same jail, in the same unit that I allegedly threatened this man's life, and I didn't. But I didn't want to be in front of him in a red jumpsuit. But I did talk to him, and we have apologized to each other, so we can go as men, we can move on.
Good. Okay. So I think I just have one last question. You had mentioned it earlier. I was, when I was looking through your file and your history and everything, I was wondering if it looked like you do well when you live with your mom.
Yes, ma'am.
And you basically said that you were doing well, you were living with your mom, and then you got this injury at work, and that just kind of, so, okay, so that's good to hear. And I know she does support you, and it's wonderful, and she wants to help you. And so you have a wonderful, wonderful connection there.
Yes.
Do you know what else supports you? So your mom, the MAP program in the community, are there other supports that you can bring in, things that work for you?
I'm going to start going to like NAs and AAs and find help. People, places, and things is really real. So I know that I've done this many times. It's not my first time. So I know this time if I apply those 3 things, it really will work. Bad people brings you bad places, doing bad things. It's just common sense. So I'm going to try to go to healthy places to find correct people to be around, to socialize with. And I have my brothers, my nephews, and my parole officer is going to be my best friend. I learned that last time. As long as my parole officer and I have a good relationship, everything will work out. And I got to see my therapist every month. I got to do my drug thing every day, every week, every month. My one-on-one sessions I have to do. I'm not going to skip one appointment. I'm not going to miss one appointment unless I'm truly sick. Because I don't want to get anybody else sick if I'm sick. There's a real bad flu going around here, so I'm trying to make sure it's not.
So, so it's good you're on the MAP program. Unfortunately, because of the DR, you didn't finish domestic violence. You have not been able to get in addiction services, and I know there's wait lists, so I'm not putting that on you, but it's something we would like you to leave having the benefit of, particularly since addiction has been something that you've struggled with. You do have a confirmed sponsor, but I'll pass it off to my colleagues and see what questions they have. Thank you for answering my questions. I appreciate it, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Wendell, I appreciate your wanting to improve yourself and do better, and that you understand, the seriousness of your addiction, which, we can see from your history, it's been a contributing factor to many things. I'm concerned that you haven't taken an addiction services program yet. And I agree that I think you do need to have a domestic violence program. The information that we have on this offense was not just about you cleaning a building or the outskirts of a building with gasoline, which I wouldn't even understand what that would mean, to clean the outside of a building with gasoline. And I'm not sure that you really kind of accepting the seriousness of your particular offense and situation. So I'm at this moment, my colleague asked quite a few questions already. I have several concerns, especially around your addiction, because that seems to be the driving factor in all of this, right?
Yes, sir.
You were in the bathroom doing drugs with a young lady that you knew, and you had been doing this regularly. This wasn't a new thing. You weren't locked in the bathroom. And based on the story that we have, the gasoline was not poured on the outside, but poured into the bathroom. So, I'm having a hard time being able to kind of accept your version of this situation, and that concerns me. I didn't read a release plan for you. Did you put together a release plan for yourself?
What I'm gonna do, I have plans.
What your plan is when you do get released?
If you grant me parole, I'm gonna start to my classes first. I plan on getting do what my mom does. She does CNA work. I like to help people. I wanted to be a CNA and help people because I like to help people. That's what I do. I like to help people. So I was gonna do that, and I'm a chef. I know how to I could build a whole house by myself if I don't have the tools. I have a lot of good skills and I can use them.
Why do you think you weren't using them before? Because of your addiction?
No, I had got a serious back injury. I got ruptured disc in my lower back, and I was out of work for over a year.
And what impact is that going to have on your release? Do you still have?
And I know yes, I'm gonna get my surgery. I gotta get surgery first. But I can do a lot of things now that I didn't know I could do. Like, I don't have to lift anything to help someone, to be there with a companion as a companion. My works for a pain as a companion. It's not hard. It's easy to do that. And I could be a CNA, so I know I can.
Yeah.
I like to help people. So I know that it's a job that I could do. It's not gonna hinder me. My back's not gonna hinder me from doing that.
I
didn't understand that before. Like, there is jobs out there that I can do.
Yeah.
Because even though I do have a back injury.
So right now you don't have anything. I mean, there's nothing that you have planned at this point where you look to see what's available on the outside or any of that. I mean, I didn't see any plan at all. I also didn't see a relapse prevention plan for you either.
I'm going to.
How are you going to handle relapse on the outside? What are your support systems to handle relapse?
I'm going to stay on my methadone. I'm going to go to classes. I'm going to start going to NA, AA. I'm going to surround myself around people that don't do drugs.
Are there NA and AA classes in the facility right now?
Yes, there is, but I can't attend them because of the ticket. And the ticket has to clear. I don't understand why if you get in trouble that they don't want you to go.
The ticket hasn't cleared?
Yeah, it's
Oh, the most recent, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay, I don't really have any additional questions. Listen, I'm going to wish you the best of luck.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. So, Mr. Wendell, if you'd sit quietly and not interrupt us, we're going to discuss your case.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Wendell clearly is motivated and has a strong desire to get out and wants to have a healthy, happy life for himself. And his mom is certainly there for him, which is wonderful. And I think with her support, he has a chance. Unfortunately, he has not been able to take an addiction program yet. And to his own acknowledgement, that's really his primary need for him. And I don't want to send him out and then have it not go well and he end up back in. It's not going to help anybody. So unfortunately, I don't feel he's ready at this time. He did get the DRs, which of course are difficult to get over, particularly when many of them do involve use. So I really want him to be able to complete a tier program. So I don't have an advantage today. I have inadequate evidence of offender change, inadequate program participation, inadequate release plan, and nature or circumstance of the offense.
I think we should go with poor institutional adjustment over nature and circumstance so that we're looking at the dynamic reasons.
Yeah.
You're on board?
Yeah, I'm on board.
Okay. So are we looking at a rehear?
Question if you can get a chance to get into DV or get into addiction services.
I didn't have that, but yeah, he does go until 2029 and his mom is supportive and he does know now he needs to stay on all medications.
Well, he's already taken himself off his mental health medications, which I think is, part of why we're seeing him so agitated today. I wouldn't be comfortable before October of 2027. All right, Mr. Wendell, in the matter of Timothy Wendell, inmate number 434017, there's a motion to deny parole at this time due to your inadequate program participation in evidence of offender change, your inadequate release plan, and your poor institutional adjustment. I further move that we rehear you in October of 2027 with the recommendation that you not get any additional disciplinary reports, that you complete an addiction services program and any other positive programs, New Thoughts as an example, Voices as an example, and come back before the board with a release plan that includes relapse prevention. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. So Mr. Wendell, will see you here in October of next year. So continue to work on yourself and see if you can't get some vocational training as well. And come before the board next time with a release plan that includes relapse prevention. We wish you all the best.
Thank you.
This concludes the hearing for Timothy Wendell.
Care about the fucking water that's killing us. Care about fucking money. That's all you care about.
Okay, that's enough. So I just called, segregation, they're gonna run the other guy.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, just call Baker to find that guy. The said guy. Yeah. Yeah.
Can I have your ID? Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Torres. Today is Friday, April 10th, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner.
Alien Keys.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Alberto Nunez, 405025.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Alberto Nunez, number 405025. He is serving a sentence of 5 years and 362 days, followed by 4 years of special parole for reckless endangerment first, illegal discharge of a firearm, violation of a standing protective order, criminal possession of a firearm, threatening second, 2 counts of assault third, and violation of a protective order. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of June 6, 2024. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan and has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed DB. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
This is what I wrote down.
Good afternoon. I want to let it be known first and foremost that I take full accountability of my actions and what I've done. I would like to thank the parole board for giving me the opportunity to speak on my behalf and show why I am a good candidate for parole. I would like to present all I have achieved during this period of incarceration and show all the steps that I have taken to improve my life and become a contributing member of society. During my time in incarceration, I utilized my time wisely by staying positive and achieving the, sorry, I'm a little nervous, never did this. I lost myself, bro. During my time in incarceration, I've utilized my time wisely by staying productive in regards to taking advantage of the offers and opportunity presented to me. I've acquired countless skills and experience that will help me throughout my life and also prevent me from making the same choices that led me where I am currently. Excuse me. Where I am currently in the first place. I'm still young, but instead of using that as an excuse.
Thank you. Sorry, we were saying bless you, colleague sneeze.
I just sneezed, I'm sorry.
I'm still young, but instead of using that as an excuse, I've capitalized on that because everything I've learned during this experience have given me the time to reflect and change my perspective on life. I don't want to live life saying I still have time, then realize I don't, and end up being older saying I have to get my life right. I've decided within myself to be in control in what's going on in my life. I realized that the best way to utilize the knowledge and opportunities given to me was to create a stepping stone for my future and career by attending multiple classes. Throughout my incarceration, I took domestic violence. I worked. I'm still on the list for voices, but being that the facility is backed up and don't have enough staff to continue on with the programs, I'm still on the waiting list. And that's it.
All right, well, thank you, Mr. Nunez. We're gonna ask some questions. We're gonna ask some questions of you, and then we will discuss your case and make our decision. I see that you've now gone a year without a DR. That's great, but you accumulated 31, which is just head-shakingly awful. Your list of crimes are extremely concerning and violent, which is, I think, what got you the special parole, along with your failures on supervision. You violated probation twice before, so they gave you special parole. You have the deadly weapon offender registry ahead of you, and you have a standing criminal protective order against you. What do you understand the protective order means?
But I have zero contact with the victim or the victim's family or through third party, text, any type of wireless.
Okay, so you can't do anything electronic either?
Yes.
No reaching out through Snapchat or Facebook or anything like that?
Yes.
Are you prepared to leave that situation alone?
I've been prepared since the minute I came in. I understood what I did was wrong, and it was just at that time I was going through, I guess, a mental breakdown, whatever you can call it. But I understood from the minute that it happened that it was absolutely wrong.
Okay,
Yeah,
well, I'm gonna suggest to you that it was criminal, wasn't just wrong,
Yes.
right? Okay,
Yep. Yep.
so that's why you're in prison. What did you learn from the domestic violence program that's going to be helpful to you?
Well, I learned that sometimes when you just gotta learn how to walk away even when you're right in a situation. Just learn how to just come back and try to figure it out after the situation dies out. My problem was trying to fix the issue right there and then.
In the heat of the moment.
In the heat
right?
of the moment. That was my issue.
Yeah, well, that's
I
part of
learned it.
being, bullheaded and dominant instead of respectful and supportive of your partner, right? Your
Correct.
way or the highway.
Correct. That's
What does a
exactly
healthy
what-
relationship look like?
where you and your significant other could just understand each other, talk, learn each other, know when someone's upset, know when to approach the situation. You know, if you need to do therapy, you can do therapy. If a healthy relationship is just, try to just understand that other person and understand what they're going through, understand their feelings, understand that not everything is about you.
What about trust?
You're supposed to trust your other half. If you can't, it's not a relationship, I guess, right?
I would say so. What about respect?
That's a big part. You're supposed to always respect and like I said, understand. If there's no respect, there's no foundation, I guess.
Well, when you do things like smash car windows, smash doors, threaten to shoot up homes and things like that, that really erodes the trust and replaces it with fear, right? So then that person is with you because they're more afraid to leave you than to stay. And then that's not a partner, that's a hostage.
You're right, 100% right.
So, what in a situation with another person triggers you to threaten violence?
Again, I was going through a lot of stuff. A lot of losses in my family. A lot of things that had me. It wasn't just our relationship. It was other things that I felt like I couldn't, deal with, and it was just all crumbling down on me at once. I didn't have the support team that I have now. I felt like I was just alone, and I kind of took my anger out the wrong way. Just found someone to blame it on when there was nothing. It wasn't the victim's fault. It wasn't my fault. It was just things I was going through in life, and I didn't know how to express.
So the next time you're faced with a loss or a challenging situation, maybe you get fired from your job, how do you cope with that as an adult without, taking it out on those closest to you?
And now I've learned to just go ask for the help. My problem was as a child of my past experience, not my trust issues of going to vent to someone, being that I've been through so much, wasn't there. I learned how to go and ask for help. and know that it's okay to ask for help. It's not like I'm less of a man if I ask for help.
Right. Yeah. It's a sign of someone who is mature, who knows they need help and is willing to ask for it. Not a sign of weakness, because none of us needs to go it alone. And you need to know when to ask for that help. And then if you turn to one place and it's not the right place, you go to the next place.
And now that I have that, I have a great support team now that it's in my corner that is gonna help me if I was to take the wrong turn. I doubt that I'm gonna take the wrong turn because I've learned from my mistakes and I know what I want now in life. I know that this is not me.
What are your life goals, Mr. Nunez?
My life goals is to sit here and be successful, to be a working man. I want marriage, I want kids, I want my own home. You know, stuff that I couldn't have because of what happened as I was a child. You know what I'm saying? I lost my mom at a very young age. I was 5 years old, sitting on my mother's lap when she was murdered in front of me. So
I did read about that tragedy. Talk to me about your mental health. You're a 2 by DOC scores. Have you ever sought out therapy to deal with the traumas of your past?
It's more with my family because I feel like they can understand me more. When it comes to DOC, it's like DOC tries to understand me. My family, like I vent to my sister and my aunt and them because they went through that. They went through all that with me.
But Mr. Nunez, and I'm not limiting you to DOC, there's lots of providers out in the community. They're not, your aunt and your sister, they're not professionals.
No, I was involved with DMIS and I was going to enter the community. But before I caught my cases, I was trying to get back into inner community, but COVID had hit. And due to me being conserved, they wouldn't take my application. So when I went by myself, and before this conservator, I had a conservator who wasn't the perfect conservator for me. And the judge decided that and realized that and removed him and gave me Lidia Perez, where she has been on top of her stuff and helping me in what I need. So
I'm glad that you have that support. What do you think the victims of your different crimes experience?
Trauma. They experienced fear, which is it's uncalled for. They didn't deserve it. They experienced, lack of trust now. It's just experience everything I experienced as a child, just in a different way, I guess.
Well, it's a profound experience to go through a situation in which you think you might die. And I imagine that was the case for the victim outside the Burger King. She's a hardworking individual, finishing up her shift, locking up the business, coming out the back door to gunfire. Nobody should have to go through that in any part of our state. And yet you felt well within your rights to terrorize this person. So we make the decision about you finishing the 5 years and 362 days out in the community on supervision by considering your risk and your history as it relates to public safety. And you're someone who's willing to threaten violence and then engage in violence. And to me, one of the scariest combinations is somebody who's in possession of a firearm as a domestic violence perpetrator. And not only that, you were a convicted felon, smoking marijuana daily, in the illegal possession of a loaded gun that you were willing to aim and shoot at another human being. I can't understand that. And that coupled with your lack of programming to address your other issues and your 31 disciplinary reports, Mr. Nunez, is a big challenge. So, Mr. Rodriguez, any questions for Mr. Nunez? Ms. Keys, any questions?
Yes, are you single?
No, I actually in a relationship with a female that I knew for years, and she actually reached out to me, and she's actually on live looking at this now.
Okay, that's because we when you were interviewed for your hearing originally, I know this was postponed a little bit, but you had said that you were single, and then we did receive support letters from a woman who identified herself as your mother-in-law, your mother-in-law, and who referenced your kids and
Yes,
and then your girlfriend. I guess she has children.
yes, she's someone I knew for a long time, and that relationship got stronger while I've been incarcerated. She reached out, and she's been my support since. She knows who I am, and yeah.
And they mentioned your great conduct and behavior in prison. Do they know about the DRs and everything? You're really honest with them?
They know I went to SAG a few times and stuff like that, but honestly.
And
the DRs is throughout like multiple bids. It's not just this one bid right around.
No, you have 58 total, 31 this bid.
Oh.
Yeah.
I lost my brother when I was incarcerated and went through a stage of.
You definitely have endured a significant number of tragedies that you did not deserve to endure. Reading it was heartbreaking. And so we definitely wish you the best. We just don't want you to create more victims like you, right? The women, but then also, one of them was a single mother, I think, of 2 little kids. And then they were so frightened that DCF made the kids live with somebody else to protect the kids from you. So that's a trauma alone that those little kids are gonna have to endure.
Experience what I experienced, which is not cool.
Yeah, so I'm glad you're recognizing this, and you don't want to create more victims, and you want better for yourself, and you have a support network now, so it's really, really good. So hopefully those tragedies are over for you, and you can try and work on healing yourself through counseling in the community or whatever whenever you're out, and do well. I would just caution with getting to a parenting role too soon. It sounds like the way to come home right away to the girlfriend and these kids, and that the kids call you dad, but I just really want to.
I knew her for years. This ain't like I've been around for years when I was home. It's not like it's something from jail.
Okay, that's good to hear. I was a little concerned, but just make sure you're good first. That's the best thing you can do for anybody else too, is make sure you're good first. So that's all. Thank you so much for answering our questions. And I know you're sick, so you did a very good job being sick. I was worried how you'd handle it, but you did a very good job. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
One more thing, Mr. Nunez. You have a DOC drug and alcohol score of 3 based on your abuse of Percocets and your daily use of marijuana as much as 7 times a day.
Marijuana?
Marijuana. What is your plan going forward in terms of marijuana?
Well, I haven't smoked it in the last 5 years. I don't need it.
That's good.
It's not my plan. It's not my plan to smoke it anymore.
Okay, but you did say that you plan to get your medical marijuana card reinstated.
I've never had one from the beginning.
All right, well, You wanted to get a medical marijuana card.
When I
Is
was
that-
home, yes, due to the, like, when I was on probation and stuff, yes, that was my plan, but that's no longer my plan. I've been 5 years sober from any type of drug. I don't feel like I need it to function. I don't need it. It's not part of my daily routine anymore.
When
It's
have
not
you
my
done
plan.
treatment in the community?
Say that again?
When have you done drug treatment in the community?
Never had drug treatment in the community.
Do you access services through Demas? Are you a client of theirs?
Yes, I was involved with them.
That's all I need to know. We don't need to go any further than that. Okay. Oh, okay, that's it for the questions, right?
I think so. I wanted to know, and I don't know if this would be appropriate or to have to be executive session, but if there is work to be done, that he could resume some of those supportive services. It does sound like it's a good.
That's
advocate.
why I asked about being a client and that he has a conservator is a good thing.
Thank you.
So we're done with the questions. We're just going to talk about it. Please don't interrupt us. So Mr. Nunez has 4 years of special parole, so we'll need to set those conditions today. He has the deadly weapon offender registry obligation. We mentioned the standing criminal protective orders already. And I understand that this was a challenging time in his life, and it was a challenging time in society due to COVID. And his crimes were spanned from 2020 to 2021. You know, to read about his willingness to spit in someone's face during COVID, it was just astonishing to me, remembering well the fear and risk we were all facing in the unknown world of a worldwide pandemic. His behavior was truly out of control between the assaults and the property destruction and the threats, but then it escalated to a point where he actually took action and was shooting at the victim in violation of a standing protective order, which we also didn't care about. So, you know, all of that is incredibly serious. And I just am not confident that Mr. Nunez has taken enough programming to help him with the change that he wants to bring about in his life so he can be successful out in the community. This is his third period of incarceration, and he does identify his resources and his support system, and he's most fortunate to have those to fall back on when he comes out. It did concern me to hear him no, that wasn't him. Okay. But I can't overcome the seriousness of the violence he was perpetrating out in the community and the risk he was posing to the people he targeted and the wider community, being in the illegal possession of a gun under the influence in violation of a protective order. So it's a deny for me today. Mr. Rodriguez?
I would agree, Madam Chair. I mean, I would really want to see him take, and I think as soon as it sounds okay today, I mean, it sounds okay. It seems like he's headed in a positive direction, but I just don't think he's really had enough programming at this particular point. So I'm on the same page at this point. A denial as well today, and I would like to see him take these programs.
I am as well. He'll get out next year, but if hoping this year he can take the rest of the programs and be more prepared, have a Pantry set up for him with support services in addition to special parole at that time.
So I have nature and circumstances, inadequate program participation, and poor institutional adjustment. Okay, so for his conditions for special parole, I have no driving without PO's permission. Mental health evaluation and treatment is deemed necessary. Behavior management for domestic violence. No contact with the victim, SC. In general, no contact with Jonathan Hernandez, Adamaris Santiago, and James Tinker. Anything to add? Okay. All right, so in the matter of Alberto Nunez, inmate number 405025, there's a motion to deny parole due to the nature and circumstances of your offenses, your inadequate program participation, and your poor institutional adjustment. I further move to set the following conditions for your special parole supervision. Let the record reflect that Mr. Nunez has left the hearing prior to the board voting on the motion. The following conditions will be set for his 4 years of special parole. He's not to drive without the PO's permission. He's to have a mental health evaluation and engage in treatment as deemed necessary. He's to participate in behavior management for domestic violence. He is to have no contact with the victim, SC. In general, no contact with Jonathan Hernandez, Adamaris Santiago, and James Tinker. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Parole is denied.
And we'll need to.
I have one more guy.
Yes,
We want the camera off.
Yeah, we got it.
right. We're gonna,
Okay, so you're gonna turn everything off and come back.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
This concludes the hearing for Alberto Nunez.
Okay, as soon as they clear the house, I mean, we get it.
Hold on. Oh, is she there?
There's someone I'm waiting for.
Oh, I thought. Hi, Officer Rodriguez. We're just gonna explain to you really quick what we have to do.
Okay.
So the parole officer is gonna read, part of a script on the record on the stream, and then I'm gonna need your assistance. I'll hang up the call and send you a new phone call for when that, so I'll disconnect once the officer is ready, and then when that new phone call pops up on your screen, I'll have you press accept.
Okay.
But he can sit in the room. He's not on camera at the moment, and then just when the officer's ready to do that, I'll need your assistance.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
totally confused. Did,
About Dr. Reverend.
Did you want?
Yeah, we'll take action seconds.
And then however long it takes for him to walk in.
This is a parole hearing, parole release hearing for a youthful offender. We will go into executive session to conduct this hearing in accordance with 5476 and will not be live streamed to the public. Thank you.
And officer, I'm gonna hang up and I'll send you the new call in just a moment. If you can just accept it.
Okay.